Mais uma live onde nós iremos jogar. Eu a dormir. Temos aqui Ghost of Tsushima, o jogo mais aborrecido que eu já alguma vez joguei. Ok. O que é que foi isto?
Aqui, perfeito.
E então basicamente este jogo é muito aborrecido. Basicamente estou tipo aqui a fazer esta porcaria a carrar deste tempo.
Se fugirmos de repente, as pessoas.
E o que eu tenho que fazer é completar todas as missões de Tsushima. Este jogo é feito pelos mesmos criadores do meu jogo favorito, Infamous 2. Melhor jogo, sem dúvida, inquestionável. A pessoa que tentar questionar esse facto irá ser... Não sei. Não acontecerá nada, cada um tem a sua opinião, mas são Phoenix. É indiscutível o facto do Infamous 2 ser o melhor jogo que alguma vez foi feito. Uma história muito boa, ações que afetam o mundo e o jogo é divertido e nada aborrecido. É tipo a fazer platina do Infamous 2, eu me lembro, tive tanta diversão a fazer aquela coisa. Ainda mais tipo a experimentar os níveis feitos por pessoas. Tipo aquilo dava grande sensação de estar a ver coisas que o pessoal há 10 anos atrás fez.
Atenção! Os mongóis estão a caminho. Sigam-me até ao templo. Os invasores vão enfrentar a ira e o samurai. Por favor, façam o que eu disse.
Os invasores vão enfrentar a ira do meu cu.
Rápido! Estamos todos para o tempo. Não parem!
Então o maior problema deste jogo é que é muito aborrecido. Basicamente não há nada para fazer aqui. Tipo isto. É um jogo de mundo aberto, mas o mundo aberto não tem nada para fazer. É um jogo de história, mas mais metade da história é filler. Ou seja, 5/10 é a nota que eu daria a este jogo. E isso é no máximo, tipo no mínimo seria para aí um 2.
Preciso de um local nos limites da aldeia para esperar.
Mas é preciso de um local nos limites dos confins dos cambolinhos. Phoenix. Então.
Tenho descendências insensatas. Espero que os mongóis gostem.
Assassinar em cadeia. What the fuck? Ah, ok, já percebi o que eu tenho que fazer. Onde é que é suposto eu ir? E então eu agora, como isto aqui demora muito, eu vou dar 10 razões de como este jogo é uma porcaria e o Infamous 2, o jogo feito anteriormente por eles, é sem dúvida 2 vezes melhor do que isto. Primeiro, a história tenta passar uma mensagem pega no rabo. Primeiro, o jogo tenta passar uma história onde a personagem fica progressivamente a quebrar o código dos samurais. Porém, isso não é afetado no mundo. Não importa como eu estou no início, os civis vão me tratar igual a como estou no final, a maioria das vezes. Depois, o jogo é muito fácil. O combate é easy peasy lemon squeezy e quase ninguém mata.
Só me apercebi de que ele estava atrás de mim quando o ouvi gritar. E quando me virei, já estava...
Encontrei um rabo.
É desnecessário.
Norio, Nagashi, Kunamishi. Terceiro, as cutscenes não dão para esquipar. Menos 40 pontos só por causa dessa porcaria. Quarto. Se formos, por exemplo, ver o Infamous 2,
Mas o meu irmão atirou-se a eles.
podemos escolher se nós seguimos o caminho do bem e o caminho do mal. Eles podiam ter feito uma coisa semelhante neste jogo, a qual o jogo ficaria mais difícil se tentássemos seguir o caminho honrado, mas ficaria mais fácil se tentássemos seguir o caminho do fantasma. Ou seja, era a mesma coisa que faziam no sistema do karma. Que é basicamente ficas malvado, os métodos ficam mais violentos e por isso existe tipo uma... E depois é tipo afetado na forma como eles estão como a personagem age. E isto seria uma oportunidade perfeita para terem incorporado o sistema do karma, além de apenas decisões na história, onde, por exemplo, se fôssemos usar os métodos como métodos silenciosos ou métodos das kunais e das bombas aderentes, etc., iríamos ganhar rank para o do fantasma. Mas se usássemos métodos tais como confrontos, ataques de frente, etc., iríamos fazer tipo de forma seguir para o caminho do samurai. Mas não, temos que andar aqui 9 anos a desperdiçar tempo a fazer tipo cenário bonito. Tipo, o cenário é bonito. Não. Tipo, numa perspectiva objetiva se calhar até seria, mas tipo, isto é muito igual ao que é o objetivo atual.
Norio disse que é um tempo em que os ciclos ainda precisam do nosso apoio.
Ou seja, tipo, o sistema podia ser mais bem trabalhado e podiam simplesmente não ter desperdiçado tanto tempo a fazer essas missões secundárias ao mundo muito grande, porque tipo, essencialmente o mundo pequeno acaba por ser um dos fatores. Ok. E aí, a maioria dos golpes tipo mata em um só. Como se atrevem?
Senhor, veja o que fizeram.
O templo de Kushiderá merece reverência, não sangue.
Estas paredes contêm um conhecimento.
Não, merece o período. O quê?
Prontos a pegar fogo a tudo.
Eu não sei porque é que eu pensei nisso agora. Mas já, basicamente é isso. A sério.
O abate tem dito às
Tipo,
pessoas para
o jogo podia ter sido muito mais dinâmico ao invés de ser tipo um mundo muito grande ou um mundo muito bonito.
E os bárbaros roubaram a roca
O
mais
combate é fácil, é muito fácil.
estátua do Buda, esculpida na edificação
Tipo, a única parte mais ou menos difícil do jogo é os duelos porque não dá para usar os métodos do fantasma.
Então honramos a sua memória e ajudamos o templo.
Só que mesmo assim, depois de já ter descoberto os padrões dos ataques, são muito previsíveis e acabam rapidamente. Só que tipo, coisa, isto não é muito bom. É um dos jogos mais aborrecidos que eu alguma vez joguei e eu quero dormir.
Vou ajudar os monstros.
Espera, temos 2 amuletos de... Ah, ok, já percebo porquê.
Espero que o abate também esteja bem.
O abate do templo
Eu
de
espero que a tua boca fique calada.
Resistir aos mongóis e
That being the basic sword guys, the spear guys, the archer guys, and the heavy armor guys.
Há uma
And
quinta
these
aqui
enemies
perto
only
que
have
ajuda
2 or 3 attacks each, so you'll very quickly memorize when to dodge, when to parry, and dodging and parrying have very
Agora que eu estou tipo aqui a ver um vídeo de um gajo a falar do Assassin's Creed Mirage, é tipo o Synthetic Man, é grande gajo, acho que deviam ver o conteúdo dele. Tipo, é muito bom por acaso, tipo as opiniões que ele dá são muito bem feitas.
Lembra outra vez que o abate Tomei desapareceu. O templo estava dividido numa disputa entre os principais.
Não, mas tipo,
monges.
eu algum tempo antes de ter jogado este jogo, eu joguei o Assassin's Creed 2. E tipo, em comparação a este jogo, o outro é tipo 90% melhor. Porque tipo, sei lá, uma lição astuta. Não, porque tipo, por exemplo, o jogo também é fácil por acaso, tipo, não é assim tão difícil, mas
Que opinião tinha o seu irmão?
os gráficos, por exemplo, no ponto do objetivo não são melhores do que isto.
Parece-me que ele seria
É óbvio, mas tipo, há mais coisas a acontecer. Não sei se é o facto de ser numa cidade que tem mais coisas para se ver, ou se é mesmo assim, porque tipo, o Assassin's Creed 2 tem, apesar de ter gráficos de PS3, possui gráficos muito bons. E tipo, o parkour, por exemplo, não é tipo este jogo que é facílimo.
Tenho a certeza de que
O parkour é necessário pensar um pouco, não é? Não é só mandar-te do penhasco. Ou seja, tipo, o Assassin's Creed 2 conseguiu manter uma história muito mais interessante do que este jogo. Tipo isto.
continua.
A maioria das histórias são tipo genéricas. A história deste jogo, por exemplo, é uma história normal só.
Deitados ao chão.
E a maioria das cutscenes é tipo diálogos. Estás a bater na madeira, a sério, tipo, what the fuck? Procura o abade na casa. Babidi, babidai.
Palha.
Palha. Oh.
Será que o abade se salvou?
E aí enfiou-se na palha e salvou-se.
Ele protegeu-se com a palha molhada. Fugiu pelas traseiras.
Talvez tenha sobrevivido.
Quem sobreviveu ao fogo foi por aqui. Então, à esperança.
Let's go.
Pesadas e distantes.
Vá correr.
Não, se calhar era obeso.
Estava a olhar.
Fuck, pá, sério. Ah, ok, é puto retorno. Cabeça.
Vou procurar à beira da cascata.
Eu quero dormir. Investiga a zona. Ora, tipo, é suposto eu investigar o quê? The methods were ruthless. A Natasha era shootless. Era porque é que eu disse a Natasha? Oh, yeah, encontrei finalmente.
Mais sangue. Ele saltou.
Mandou-se do penhasco. Salto da fé. Ih!
Sangue nas rochas. Aquilo é uma gruta.
Não. Ele está.
Vivo.
Moriu.
Sem a liderança dele, os monges partirão. E o templo cairá. Os mongóis vencem.
Bruh.
O que é aquilo ao pé dele?
Um sutra de lótus. Escrito com o sangue do abade. O seu ato final.
Como o
E ele
poema
deixou um testamento.
Este sutra diz que todos podemos ser Budas. Camponeses pobres ou nobres e grandiosos.
escrito por seu último fogo.
Já, todos
Não
podemos
para
ser
eles,
bundas.
mas para os que cá ficaram.
Mostre o sutra aos monges. Se virem a devoção do abade, talvez fiquem.
E isto é o sutra que o abade escreveu com o próprio sangue. Um ato final de devoção. Um apelo a confrontar a crueldade. Um apelo a ficar e a não desistir.
Vamos honrar o sacrifício do abade.
Já, tipo, o monge obeso está
Não vamos
claramente
deixar
bem
que o
alimentado,
tempo
Fónix.
O guardião Angel salvou-nos uma vez. Agora o seu irmão e o Sr. Sakai salvaram-nos de novo. E juntos podemos derrotar os mongóis.
Já, e outra coisa, tipo, eu digo a personagem do jogo, é literalmente o gajo mais poderoso de toda a ilha de Tsushima.
Olá, Daniel.
Agora temos de encontrar a estátua do Buda.
Sim.
Como posso ajudar os outros se a minha própria dor me consome? Por que levariam?
A estátua estava aqui.
Sim, senhor. Os mongóis roubaram o nosso Buda sagrado e partiram em direção à costa.
Vamos recuperar a estátua e salvar este templo.
Nem o seu irmão podia prometer isso, Norio.
E voltamos aqui à live, pessoal. Agora iremos fazer isto.
Uma espada mongol matou o meu irmão.
Os mongoloides mataram o irmão.
O guardião Angel morre. E estes monges estão dispostos a abdicar de tudo. São cobardes.
São pessoas.
O Angel não temia nada. Nem 20 anos tinha quando salvou este templo de bandidos.
Agora é a nossa vez.
My fault! Let's call it my fault! Pull the stick until death! I am not afraid of death!
What is this? What happened?
Temos de encontrar o Buda e levá-lo para o templo.
Levaram em direção.
That's it!
Podemos seguir os
Doing it! I can't live without him in this world! No chance!
In this world.
Como é que se
Who did this?
Está a falar.
Oh, Nick, you have
Ele
to
não sabe a
tell me!
história toda de quando o meu irmão
You're my
salvou o Tsushima.
child!
Olha, que porcaria é esta?
Isso é a lenda.
Oh my god, it's these guys!
Ele mandou 3 dos seus monges mais corajosos para ajudar-nos.
Uma
I'm
distração.
going to groan on behalf
Morreram em
of
batalha, mas
scientists
só depois de darem
everywhere.
tempo ao
Then you're
Angel
going
para
to
flanquear
hand
os
over the
bandidos e salvar o
artifact. Oh my
templo.
heckin' Reddit science gods! By the science god! My husband and I have been here searching the Yay.
Já me lembro dessa parte da live. Tipo, o gajo estava.
Look at these! What are you doing?
Eu estava a falar com o NPC que disse o meu marido e eu. Depois o gajo pega a shotgun e
Cyberpunk
dispara.
all over again. It's fucking cyberpunk all over again. Oh yeah, and the random gay dude is an essential NPC. Imagine my shock. Who are your friends? Been asking my therapist the same question for years.
Ali!
I've been giving you an answer. I like it.
O que aconteceu?
We got Oil Rig City.
Para onde foram?
Oh no! If you really can't swim underwater. Look at this. Look at this. What is this? Oh my god, this might be the ugliest game that's come out in the past 10 years. I can't believe this.
Ele deu a vida pelo
This is
templo.
I could probably just stare at these randomly generated NPCs for hours. You know it had to be done. Oh god, it's glitching again. Make it stop. What the fuck is that? The hell with that? I have a better plan.
Mais rápido, fora!
Use this opportunity to take out Delgado.
Estás a estar lá.
Take some serious credit for ourselves.
Yeah, and he's an essential NPC. He just tried to betray our leader, and I have to let him live. What? This game sucks, dude.
Better get your own fleet.
This game is so
NPC segue
fucking bad.
depois.
He just said, I'm going to come kill you. I'm going to kill you. And in the pirate base, which he's not even a pirate anymore, by the way, I shoot him, and they're hostile. It makes the other people hostile. That makes no fucking sense. This is the dog shit video game.
Hey, I want to talk to you right now. I have plans to get down my neck. They're ready to go down the entire operation. You open fire on everyone I'm putting on you. Just who the hell do you think you are? You're under arrest. Lieutenant Dog will escort you to the briefing meeting. And I expect you to go peacefully. Do you understand?
Time to die. Oh, I can't fucking... Let's talk about this for a second.
Até a água.
Uau, alto pesado.
I get the option to attack, and I still can't fucking kill the captain?
Esculpida
This
numa
game is
estrela que
fucking
caiu
dog
do
shit,
céu.
period.
A
All you
cega,
have to do is tell me who's profiting from the
magnífica.
Não há
fight.
nada na ilha que se compare.
In return,
Vamos
I'll
levá-lo
let
para
you
o
leave the
templo.
city alone.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
O Angel tornou-se o guardião quando atacaram o templo. Criam esta estátua.
Não tem preço. Deve ter resistido a outras tentativas.
Quantos mais têm de
I
morrer para a
told
proteger?
you so. Man, that feels good to say. I told all of you guys exactly what this game would be. That it would be Fallout 4 combined with No Man's Sky, and lo and behold, what is it? It's exactly that. But worse. I've talked about this a couple times in the past, but Fallout 4 was the biggest gaming disappointment to me of all time back when it came out. I was hyped for the moon when it was revealed during E3 2015. I actually grew up loving despite its many flaws that I've come to realize later on. And when Fallout 4 finally came out, it turned out to be an incredibly shallow RPG with terrible writing, barely any side quests to speak of, and only a handful of even vaguely memorable characters. Not to mention the vast majority of exploration felt completely pointless, with the removal of the weapon durability mechanic. The only reason to loot stuff is to grab random trash off the floor that you could use to modify your weapons and build up your settlements, which I hated both of those systems. They really added nothing of value to the game. And so fast forward 8 years later, and Starfield is just more of the same.
É o Nório Finóio, é o saco xixi.
At the very least, the Fallout universe is pretty interesting. It's actually one of my favorite sci-fi universes I've ever seen.
Então vais ter que falar comigo alguma vez.
A lot of cool retro sci-fi concepts in a post-apocalyptic wasteland and giant mutated animals. Even the intelligent races are pretty interesting. You got smart zombies, giant mutant green Ubermensch robots, and as of Fallout 4, androids that look nearly identical to humans. And of course, Starfield has none of this. I'm just going to say it right up front. There's no intelligent aliens in this game. And I already know some of you are going to say, well, we already knew that before the game came out. Well, a bunch of people didn't know that. I did know that, and I had no hype for this game, so despite how utterly mediocre it is in almost every facet, I was not, in fact, disappointed by this game. I knew better than to have expectations after Fallout 4. And unlike Fallout 76, Bethesda can't hide behind this being some kind of B studio. No, it's their main studio that made Starfield, supposedly Todd Howard's magnum opus.
Olha,
without
tentar-me mandar com cantos na boca.
games I've ever played in my life. Now, I know I'm starting to repeat myself with this, but no joke, ever since God of War Ragnarok's release, I swear AAA games are just getting more and more boring. But unlike cinematic games like God of War and Final Fantasy XVI, this is boring for a completely different reason. The actual gameplay itself is dull and repetitive and utterly pointless.
The memes.
And the quest design is about as basic as it possibly gets. Every single one involves following an objective marker and either activating a thing, talking to a person, or killing some people. Every single one without exception.
The memes will make the monsters live on.
Nearly every single named NPC in the entire game is essential, meaning you can't kill them. And this is especially frustrating because many of the NPCs are assholes to you. Remember a little lamplight back in the day? Now imagine that times 10. Nearly all of the dialogue is poorly written, Reddit quirky tier garbage. Some of the cringiest shit you'll ever see. And to torture you even further, these characters in these conversations talk as slowly as humanly possible and use twice as many dialogue lines as any normal human being would in a conversation to explain something. I swear to God, they're torturing people like me on purpose. And you might be asking yourself, well, is it at the very least a good space exploration sim? Fuck no. It's a bunch of giant, randomly generated, massive wastelands that all look the same, with 3 to 6 points of interest being placed in random locations. It's always the same shit, whether it's
Abriguem-se, pessoal.
some geographical instance,
Olha, macacos.
cave, which looks exactly the same as every other fucking cave, or a settlement with a handful of randomly
Olha.
generated NPCs with randomly generated stores. And to make matters even worse, there aren't even fucking vehicles in this game, so you have to walk past empty landscape for minutes at a time before you see some of these crap. Don't even try to tell me the greatness can't do vehicles. One fucking autist in Fallout the Frontier somehow got vehicles to work in New Vegas. In a game that's over a decade old. So fuck off with that shit. It's pure laziness. You can't even land on a planet by flying to it. You have to open your map and select the point on the planet to land. Oh, and of course the loading screens. There's 1,000 fucking loading screens. It's a loading screen simulator. I have a pretty fast SSD, so I didn't exactly have to wait long. But just the fact that it's way more efficient to complete objectives, pull up your mission, press R, which shows you exactly where the next objective point is, then hold X, and you just fast travel to the next planet. You don't even need to get on your ship 90% of the fucking time. Somehow Bethesda has managed to make the most lazy, the most flop-filled, the most brain-dead, triple-back video game ever made. And there were people
Eu estou praticamente a dormir com isto.
phenomenal achievement with Giga Chad faces on the thumbnail. What a fucking joke. This game represents everything wrong with the video game industry. I'm serious.
Yeah, tipo, eu nunca mais vou ver os vídeos do Giman Live devido a essa porcaria que ele fez. Tipo, what? Não é, que é óbvio no vídeo dele que ele simplesmente foi pago para dizer coisas boas do jogo.
I'm a reviewer who's negative, obviously, so why would they get me? This entire game is mediocrity personified. Even the elements that are
mas pronto, basicamente este jogo, uma seca e eu quero dormir.
All of the high review scores, even from YouTubers, have just confirmed me that everyone's sold out. Nobody's honest about video games anymore. Why not just take a paycheck from Bethesda? Your audience is too stupid to know or care if you sell them a bad product. I'm one of the only honest people left on this platform. Me and Worth of I, 21 Kiloton, and probably one or two others, but I've seen a few people who I thought were honest actually praise this pizza game. So yeah, even though I basically just covered every major gameplay issue with the game, believe it or not, there's a lot more to cover here. So, without further ado,
uma cena intensa.
flop of the year. First things first, let's talk about the performance issues. If you're playing this on PC, you're not going to have a great time. Now me, I have a very unique issue that seems to be fairly rare, so I'm not going to pretend this is going to be the majority of people's experiences, but I specifically got fucked over by this game, or at least my PC did, because it blue screened more than 5 times while I was streaming this. Oh, and don't worry, I checked everything you could possibly think of. My GPU wasn't overheating, neither was my CPU. I was only getting about 50% memory usage, and I did a RAM diagnostic. So I don't even know if it's a memory leak issue either. It could be, but these blue screens are happening at random intervals. It could have been 15 minutes, it could have been 5 hours of streaming. Either way, it crashed my entire computer. Problem. It made me freak the fuck out and think I need to replace the part and get a fix or something. But no, it's only Starfield. It doesn't happen with any other game. It's just to fix the problem. Just lowering the graphics settings to low.
No mercy. Cobra Kai for everyone.
Gigabytes of RAM. And RTX 3080, even on low settings at 1440p, still got a shit ton of stuttering and FPS drops all over the place. The game runs like shit. I can't believe there's some people saying this is well optimized. That's just a straight up lie. I'll tell you what it was optimized for, Xbox. That's it. And even then, it only runs at 30 frames on console. And while I don't usually talk about specific settings, because I don't really care all that much in the grand scheme of things, it is very notable that there's no FOV slider. What a basic feature that is missing. And there was a day one mod to adjust the FOV, so the devs could have easily put it in. Okay, with that out of the way, let's talk about the gameplay. What are you going to be doing?
Wakandre Wonni.
Pretty much exactly the same thing. It did in Fallout 4, except in space. Go around, kill humans with very similar gunplay to Fallout 4, with a bunch of reuse sound effects and animations, most notably being the grenade climbing sound effect. You probably heard that 1,000 times when playing Fallout 4, so do recognize that one immediately. And look, I'm not going to shit on the gunplay too hard. I think Fallout 4 is pretty decent, and this is actually slightly better than Fallout 4, but notably the gun sound effects are terrible. A lot of them are way too muted.
Herbs.
Not to mention the biggest flaw of Bethesda's games design is still here, that being bullet sponge enemies. And I feel like there's more in this game than there ever were in their previous games. You might remember the legendary enemies in Fallout 4. They're the ones who drop special weapons and armor that always have special ability attached to them. And you took them down to half health, the health would fill back up, right? Well, Bethesda made it even worse by making the new strong enemies have multiple health bars. And when you're fighting an alien animal, of which there's a bunch of different species, but they basically all act exactly the same, the legendary enemies of that type can take hundreds of rounds of ammo. Specifically, the new space death flaw, the terror morphs, are insane bullet sponges. I mean, we're talking a straight minute of shooting them and they still don't fucking die. This is not fun. It takes no skill. It just wastes your resources. And it's not like I wasn't putting perks into damage. I put the majority of my perks into damage. I was almost min-maxing damage because I didn't really care about much else because you do so much shooting in this game. Shooting them is incredibly repetitive and not really engaging. And if you're one of those gun nerd people, this game is going to set you off. A lot of these NASA punk style weapons look dumb as hell, or are clear reskins of real world guns like the Space P90. And for those of you who remember a minor controversy from last year, where the double barrel space shotgun ejected not rifle casings, but the entire rifle round with the bullets still in it. Note how I said rifle, not shotgun. And so you might be wondering, did Bethesda fix this issue at least? Well, technically, yes, they did. In the funniest way imaginable. Instead of doing what mods for both Fallout New Vegas and Fallout 4 have done and just made a custom animation for each gun, Bethesda has now made the majority of sci-fi weapons in the game fire caseless ammunition. And you might think, well, I guess that kind of makes sense because the G11 was an experimental German gun that fired caseless ammunition. Okay, sure, but what the hell is a caseless shotgun shell? Is it just a wad, some pellets, and you jam in the gunpowder like a musket? I mean, what does that even look like? It's not like they show us what a caseless shotgun shell looks like in the game. So the shotgun just ejects nothing. It looks fucking stupid. Now, believe it or not, this is not just a Fallout 4 clone. This is also a Skyrim clone, as you get space magic powers over the course of the story, and it turns out these magic powers are just shouts from Skyrim. I'm not joking. There's even a Foods Roda one, even though it's complete crap. These people look suitably dysgenic, don't you think? That's it? In fact, most of the ones I picked up while I was playing were trash, with the exception of the very first one, which is an anti-gravity lift spell that you've seen in Bioshock-like games before. Obviously pretty useful, even though it looks incredibly stupid. And minor spoiler here, this game has New Game Plus, and in my New Game Plus run, I picked up one that could slow down time, which was extremely good, and one that could create a duplicate of myself that can shoot. The thing is, all the other ones were so situational that I don't even know what the fuck the point is. Like, one shoots out a tiny fireball that does less than a single shot from your pistol. And another one is like a mini beam, and that was similarly weak, right? And I know somebody's gonna write in the comments, well, just keep visiting temples and upgrade your abilities, kind of like finding the other words to a shout. Yeah, but it's completely random. If you're playing Skyrim, you can just use the internet to find all three words to the shout you need.
É, tipo, Sonic Frontiers é muito mais divertido do que este jogo. Qualquer jogo do Sonic. Tipo, preferia jogar Sonic 2006 do que jogar esta porcaria.
So yeah, I'm sure people are going to argue this is actually a really cool thing, but to me, again, it just shows how derivative this is. Recycling old mechanical concepts from their more popular games. Okay, what about loot and exploration? Well, loot has been sort of improved. I'd say it's still mostly the same as Fallout 4. You're going to pick up
Tem a gente de forma suspeita. Os gajos daquilo com o pôr do sol ficam horas ausentes de volta ao amanhecer. Ontem à noite seguida, foi a uma casa queimada ao pé do cemitério e encontrou-se lá com bandidos.
Bandidos? Isso não é bom. Vou encontrar essa casa e descobrir o que andam a fazer.
Oh yeah, they reduced the encumbrance limits in this game compared to older Fallout games. It's much closer to Fallout 76 than it is to say Fallout 3 or New Vegas. I was constantly over-encumbered, even with the companion following me. Now you can sort of alleviate this by expanding your ship's cargo or building a base somewhere to possibly fast travel to. But one, I fucking hate the settlement system. I don't fucking care. And spoilers, there's no settlement section in this video because I didn't want to do it. As for the ship, well, I can only blame myself. Much later on, I did expand my cargo significantly, but still, I gotta say the encumbrance limits are way too annoying. You could easily fill up your entire inventory in just one gun. One of the weirdest downgrades from previous Bethesda games is that you no longer all of the clothing from your enemies. And I don't just mean the apparel down naked. The armor and the helmet don't always drop. In fact, most of the time they don't. Now, if it's rare or better loot,
O mercador disse que o vizinho se encontrou aqui. Não está aqui ninguém. Vou investigar.
Layer, but you can never strip an enemy down to their underwear. And can you think of one reason why that might be the case? Well, like many modern games, about half of the enemies in this game are women. It is not very politically correct to strip a woman down to her underwear, even though this is something you could do in like every previous Bethesda game. And while this isn't loot related on the same line of thinking, there's no gore in this game either, something that has been a feature since Fallout 3, and this is very clearly a clone of Fallout 4. I don't care what anybody else says. So they actively removed a feature from previous games, even though this game is rated M, and gore would no doubt make the shooting more fun. And again, I have to make the argument is because leftists don't want you brutally dismembering women. At least I would have to believe that's the case. And given the many other woke elements we'll get into later in this review, I have to believe this is the reason. Why else would they remove gore if it's still rated M? It doesn't make any sense. But anyway, back to loot. Now, the improved part of the loot, I'd say, is the new version of the legendary weapons. Instead of just having special guns that have one trait, Starfield now just copied off of a bunch of other loot games, and you have blue, purple, and gold rarity weapons, with each having one more perk than the last. And the actual perks seem a little bit more useful than Fallout 4, at least based on what I remember. So actually, the gun and armor loot system is completely fine. I don't have a problem with it. It certainly could be more creative, but it's the least of my issues with this game, really. Oh yeah, and I guess this is kind of vaguely gameplay related, but you can't even go underwater in this game. I found out about that in a leak about a week before release, and I remember reading it, and I'm like, there's no way that's real, right? Swimming underwater has been in every other Bethesda game. There's no way they would cut that out. Well, Neon is a city built on an oil rig. I jumped straight off the edge and landed and didn't sink into the water. And it looked jank as fuck. My god, this game sucks. It's so bad, man. I can't believe there's people making excuses. Now, what about space travel and exploration? Well, like I said in the beginning, there is no real space exploration. Space itself might as well be a loading screen. It's just a randomly generated empty space that might have enemy ships in it, and there's a bunch of giant PNGs called the planets. You can't even fly to said PNGs and land on them. No, what you actually have to do is, once you're in the general vicinity of a planet, after you fast travel through that star system, you have to open your map and then select the point on the planet. And once you've selected a random point on the planet, the game procedurally generates a giant empty wasteland, and 3 to 6 points of interest are generated on that wasteland. And while I haven't spent a whole lot of time exploring the different types of points of interest, As far as I can tell, it's really just a random dungeon, a random settlement with nameless NPCs, a geographical landmark that might have one or two chests added or some kind of loot equivalent, but otherwise it's pointless, or a small cave that looks exactly the same as every other small cave. And like I said in the intro, you're going to be walking, yes, walking, for several minutes in between these points of interest because Bethesda was too incompetent to put vehicles in the game. Oh, and if for some reason you're particularly fond of one of these giant hunks of rock, you can build a settlement on top of them. And like I said, I'm not going to go into that any further. Oh, and in case I didn't make this clear, no, you cannot walk from one end of the planet to the other. These randomly generated wastelands are a giant square, a tile, as it's been described, and you can just walk to the edge of the tile, and it tells you the boundary has been reached. And I've heard a lot of...
Enfrenta aos bandidos mais mata aos bandidos.
Generated tiles on each planet are actually connected, so theoretically, if you walk across all the tiles, you would be walking all the way across the planet, but frankly, I don't fucking care. It still sucks. Now, I don't know about you, but when I thought of exploring the galaxy and all of these big star systems and checking out what the universe has to offer, my idea of exploration was not No Man's Sky plus random Fallout 4 dungeons. That might just be me. I don't know, maybe that's exactly what you wanted. But me, I wanted something that actually felt handcrafted, and like I told you so a year ago, I knew that would be impossible with 1,000 planets. And oh, what do you know, I was right. As I was right for almost all of my predictions for the game, and still I got a massive amount of dislikes. When will you people learn? So yeah, that's it for space exploration. You thought I was joking? No, that's pretty much it. They would just click on one of these solar systems, click on a random planet, pick a random location, and explore randomly generated locations. Oh, what about space combat? Is that alright at least? Yeah, I guess it's okay. I'm not gonna say it's terrible. It's really dull. I kind of like the idea of having a set amount of power and having to distribute that across different systems. That's a good idea. I wish it was slightly less annoying to actually divert the power across those systems, but it was a good concept. I think the actual ship combat feels pretty decent, though it's definitely easier to use in third person than first person at the cost of it being less immersive. To go over the combat, but simply you have 3 guns your ship, 1 for completing shields, 1 for damaging the hull, and the third one is usually a bunch of missiles and hurting both health bars, and you just fly behind the enemy ship and shoot them. If you put skill points into targeting systems, you can target your ship like disabling their engine. But honestly, I did not fuck around with that too much, because like I told you, I was using most of my skill points to up my damage since all the enemies were bullet sponges. And I'm sure some of you are curious about ship building, so I'll talk about it briefly here. I didn't experiment too much with this because admittedly the tutorial wasn't all that great, but essentially you need a certain amount of essential parts to make your ship function like an engine, and I don't really need to explain the rest, you get the point. But every other part is optional, and you can just build it however you see fit, kind of like a gummy ship with Kingdom Hearts. And how you build your ship actually does affect how it flies. As a meme, I decided to just stack a bunch of tabs on top of each other because I wanted a weapon bench, a research station,
Então ajude-me a levar estas pessoas para a minha casa móvel, lá estará na sala.
So I just stacked them on top of each other, making this giant, like, camel hump ugly piece of shit. And it flew like a piece of shit too, which was kind of cool. I like that. Unfortunately, you can only have 3 guns on your ship, which is disappointing limitation.
Mas eu já não conquistei a Baía de Asa.
As convenient as possible, letting you just swap out the
Okay.
shields or the generator without actually moving the part itself. So if you are lazy like me, it does accommodate you that way as well. I really have no complaints at all about the ship builder. I'm sure somebody could come up with some, but that just was not my concern personally. And let's just transition to the RPG mechanics. First, we'll talk about character creation, which honestly I probably should have started this video with. The character creator is fine. It's actually a little bit of a step down from Fallout 4's, believe it or not. Fallout 4 actually let you mold individual parts of the face to make pretty much anybody you wanted. I was actually decently impressed with what people were able to create with it. Instead, this is back to the Skyrim way of doing it with a shit ton of sliders for various parts of the face. The only thing I was specifically disappointed by is the lack of option for the eyes. For some reason, every character in this game has female-looking eyes, gray eyes, as people might call it. There's no way to adjust canthal, tilt, or have a little bit of squint to the eyes, or maybe there's a way to have your brow ridge be prominently above it, but I didn't really fuck around with it enough to see for certain. But the rest of the character customization options were fairly extensive. I would have liked the body types to maybe look a little bit more extreme. As it stands, all the muscular body types sort of have the power lifter look where they have very wide waists. I would have liked to have more of a V-taper look, but the more you go toward the skinny end, the less muscular the character looks. So there wasn't really a happy medium in between muscularity and skinniness that I could see. As for the whole pronouns debacle, I'm sure some of you want me to weigh in on the whole heel versus babyface Spurgout thing.
Sorry, do you want to get immersed in our world? Yeah, well, guess what? Fucking pronouns! Fucking sexual ambiguity! Fucking Californian shit! Because that's all we fucking know! Because we're boring! We're so fucking boring!
The thing is, if you know me, you know I quote what he said. In principle, I certainly wouldn't have overreacted that much over something that's basically been in every modern game with a character creator over the last few years. Not saying it's okay, it's not. I think it's propaganda, but I'm definitely used to it by now, which is arguably part of the problem. But I do find it funny that a member of the Phantom Menace, a group that has effectively blacklisted me, and one of their more popular members made a 4-hour hit piece on me that he showed to a few of his buddies that he captured on me for 11 hours straight. Now one of his personal friends that he shares multiple podcasts with is under hot water with basically all the vaguely center-left game reviewers shitting all over him for overreacting to something that has unfortunately been normalized in the cultural zeitgeist. I guess I'm just getting a little bit of schadenfreude from this whole thing, because for once, I'm not the guy under hot water for complaining about all of the left-wing propaganda on video games. And it's a group that doesn't even like me that is supposedly against the message, despite several of their members coming out in favor of things that absolutely are being pushed by the message, like episode 3 of The Last of Us TV show. Now have to deal with one of their members doing a synthetic man tier Spurgout. We'll just call it that. I do have some self-awareness, guys. So yes, the character creator has pronouns. It even lets you pick a female walk cycle if you have a male body type. So basically just a flamboyant gay dude, right? So yeah, I mean, it's not really a shock from a lowest common denominator, pro-globo homo game such as this. Trust me, the wokeness goes much, much further than pronouns in this game. The racial and gender demographics in this game are absolutely fucking insane if you even start to pay a little bit of attention. But we'll get back to that later.
Tipo,
Moving on.
as missões
People were talking about with the character
da outra, por algum motivo, os cavalos não dão para bater. Eu quero bater em cavalos.
The background is kind of interesting. It gives you some extra dialogue options. Not a whole lot. At least Gangster doesn't have a whole
Fala
lot.
com o Nório.
Especially if I
Ele não
compare
disse
this to
nada.
Baldur's Gate 3, which, you know, came out not that long ago, which had like 10 times the flavor text this game has, despite being made by a much smaller studio. And the other thing the background does is it gives you a point in 3 skills, which really doesn't make a massive difference, but if you're big on min-maxing, then I guess you'll like that. As for traits, I honestly don't even remember most of them. The two that stood out the most to me is the adoring fan, or returning character from Oblivion. If you pick this trait, he finds you near the beginning and joins your crew. And he's actually one of the few charming, memorable characters in this game. And of course, he comes from a completely different game, because Bethesda has run out of good ideas. Another trait I liked was Kid Stuff, which gives you two parents that you can seek out pretty early on in the game, and they'll show up at a few points later on and have some dialogue, and they're written like new kind of generic supportive middle-aged parents, and I like that. Yeah, it's definitely a trope, but it's a trope done well. There's nothing wrong with that. Honestly, this game could have used more generic character and story tropes, because as it stands, almost every character is forgettable, and I couldn't tell you a single thing about their personality or motivations. And honestly, I forgot all the other traits. I really did. I'm not even going to look again, because I don't care. The point is, they don't seem to make that much of a difference. People like traits because they usually come with a high cost, or then give you some kind of unique benefit. They're used for role-play reasons. But this game has a serious issue with the role-playing elements, especially tied into the main story itself. We'll get into that in main story spoilers, but let me just tell you that the traits is not impressive in any way. Okay, now moving on to the skill tree. Well, I have one question for you. Have you played Fallout 4? You have. You'll be familiar with this system already. They tweaked a few things. Namely, they completely got rid of stats. There is no more special. Now you just pick one of these tier 1
eu tenho tipo uma crítica a fazer aqui. Tipo, os gajos que fazem os canais de tirar platinas, cada vez que fazem um vídeo, demonstram a coisa mais superficial. Tipo, mostram uma experiência totalmente contrária à experiência verdadeira de platinar no jogo. Tipo um gajo que disse que os coletáveis deste jogo, devido à viagem rápida, não eram tanto problema, consegui-os rapidamente. Só que tipo, na vida real tu demoras tipo umas 3 horas só para coletar tudo. Ou então simplesmente eles ignoram partes importantes, tipo missões secundárias. As missões secundárias demoram para caraças.
This game takes it off you. You don't have hardly anything that you can actually do.
Não pode lutar se suster a
You
respiração.
can't even target components on an enemy ship unless you put a perk in. You can't pick locks unless you put a perk in. You can't stealth unless you put a fucking perk in. This is perk wolf.
Yeah, that pretty much sums it up. Your character starts off with very few abilities. Obviously, you're going to favor the thing that lets you do something new over the thing that just increases damage or defense by 10%. No stats, no skills from 0 to 100. The only things that determine your abilities are your background and traits you pick at the very beginning of character creation and your skills. That's it. Very little replayability here. I'm not even sure how they can further dumb it down from this, other than just removing the ability to even pick skills. Okay, enough about gameplay. Let's finally get to the universe of Starfield. It's a whole new Bethesda IP, whole new characters, new lore. That sounds kind of exciting, right? I mean, people really like the Elder Scrolls.
Nem sequer posso chamar o cavalo a sério.
They didn't create the Fallout universe, and arguably they actually ruined several elements of it and didn't add anything of value. The Fallout universe is still very interesting on its own, and most people know it these days. And of course, Todd Howard, we all love him for the memes, even though a lot of the lies are not in fact memes, they're genuine lies. He's a glorified marketing need more than he is a game director. Still, he tries to convince us that the same type of opus he is credited as the game director of Starfield. Is the story of the lore of this game interesting? Does it prove itself to be a valuable new IP to Bethesda? Are you the answer? I fucking hate this game. Of course, it's story or something. This is genuinely video games. people with questionable moral values. They're indisputably the bad guys, and they're cartoonishly evil and have no real motivations. Honestly, I'd say even the visual aesthetic is just not consistent. While the city of New Atlantis and a lot of the hallways and space stations on these giant rocks like they were going 70s as technology and sci-fi but Starfield never quite puts together. I don't know. It's kind of really subjective. Now, like I said, it's not visually consistent. When you go to the city, straight up sci-fi, oil rig, and it looks like it's ripped straight out of Cyberpunk 77. Another example is Aquila City. It's a Wild West town in space. That's it. You've already seen this concept done multiple times, probably most famously in anime. Now what about the story? Well, it's not a whole lot to tell here. The main story is actually very simple. It's probably not too much different from other investigations I'm thinking about off the top of my head. But unlike previous games, it's not as much of a main plot hook. Some might argue this thing, at least it doesn't feel as railroaded as Fallout 3 or 4, but there obviously was a convergent time that web obviously reality. But finding your dad and finding your son seems like something you want to primarily focus. Starfield doesn't have that. You're basically just finding a bunch of alien artifacts on various planets. Something, right? I won't say maybe story story. Now to get to the parts of the game that I used to like about the games, that means the handcrafted part of the world, the immersion, the quest design, and the story of the major side quests. Don't come as shocked to the rest of the review, but I think that's the real on pretty much every account here. Let's talk about the design of the cities first. Three major cities in this game: New Atlantis, Neon, and Aquila City. Probably also want to that the little Mars town, I actually forgot what it's called, is also pretty important as a couple of things, but it's even smaller than the other three, so when I put it really matters. The point is, even though New Atlantis is supposed to be basically this shining beacon of space travel, the first giant city that mankind created as stars, functionally it's actually something tiny. Giant amount of empty space. It's almost like a theme park, which I guess fits because that's how Bethesda used to design their games, basically like theme parks, with a bunch of unrelated highlight content created in between small empty spaces. I think Fallout 3 is actually the perfect example of their old style of world design. And I won't go into that now because that would take way too long, but New Atlantis is kind of like that, except without the really cool, memorable quests. And that counts for pretty much all of the cities. They look nice, but in terms of actual content, not only does it seem pretty light and the quests themselves seem kind of shitty, at least the ones I played were, but also it's hard to even find the content to the point where Bethesda had to have random roaming citizens talk about the quest just so that it would point you in the right direction of content. Because the city is so vast and so empty, and a lot of the buildings just function as basic shops, finding side quests on your own would involve an insane amount of wasted time. Because there's a lot of named
Entramos lá dentro, está uma desgraça.
zero function in this game. And speaking of NPCs, the first thing you'll notice if you're paying even the smallest amount of attention
vamos ser vamos ser enganados.
wrong with the generic NPCs in Starfield. First of all, they're fucking hideous, dude. These are the ugliest generic NPCs I've ever seen in any video game. Not only is this the most cartoonishly diverse group of people, but they're very obviously dysgenic, and some of them are basically just like some kind of mystery mix of different phenotypes. There was even a generic Aborigine character. What the actual fuck happened in 300 years? Were white people nearly exterminated? Seriously, go around and try and count how many white males you see. It's less than 1 in 20, I promise you. And I've seen projections that this game costs anywhere from 200 million to 400 million. And you can only afford to make about
Bro, que esta não estava à espera por acaso.
generic civilian NPCs. You're going to be seeing the same exact faces and the same handful of clothes styles every 30 seconds. It's clear to me that you were never meant to actually look at any of the people walking around. This feels like something they slapped together in the last few months of development because they realized that the world felt really dead without more NPCs. Because once you turn up the crowd density to the high, it's the same fucking 10 people walking around everywhere. This is just an embarrassment from a AAA game, seriously. Now let's get to the second point on the agenda, the named NPCs, the ones you actually talk to. Like I said in the intro, nearly all of them are flagged with essential. In fact, I believe they're all unkillable, with the exception of ones that are killed specifically.
Bro, o gajo começou a tocar flauta,
Now, for
Phonics.
those of you who are incredibly boring and play video games like a fucking bot, maybe that won't matter to you. But to me, who likes the world interactivity in these games, in fact, one of the coolest aspects of Fallout New Vegas is that you can kill anybody and still complete the game. And yes, I realize that was developed by Obsidian, not Bethesda. It just goes to show you how much better Obsidian was back in the day. Not these days, though. Outer Worlds was,
Bro, o pessoal que fez este jogo deve ser arrogante para não deixar esquipar as cutscenes,
Outer
Phonics.
Worlds might actually be better than Starfield. Crazy, I know. I actually hate Outer Worlds more than most people. But at the very least, in Outer Worlds, you could also kill pretty much any NPC. In Starfield, you can't do anything except gun down random ugly civilians. And you know what? That was fun the first few times. Because they disgusted me, and they need to be wiped out from the gene pool. Are you really as human as I am? I'm not convinced. Not convinced that you're as human as I am. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. Real human being and a real hero. I'll kill you all. I'll kill you all. They took it away from me. I can't have anything. You'll never take me alive. I hate the Antichrist. I hate him. Yeah, they got me. This game has no grit or edge to it whatsoever. It's so bland and safe and generic and inoffensive. And of course, that extends to the NPCs themselves to get back to the named ones. You might notice a certain theme here, or several themes, to get into the wokeness factor I'm sure many of you wanted to talk about. There's a whole lot of female scientists, female commanders or captains in the military.
D'atacão, pelo grandes perigos. D'atacão, e os meus campeiros hoje vão chegar. Tum, tum, tum.
Stereotype, probably the most annoying character in the game, who of course you can't kill unless I'm assuming you join UC, but I wanted to be evil, so I got locked out killing her. And man, like I said, the dialogue is horrific. I can just play you examples. I don't need to give you scenarios. There's no context that would make these lines good. Oh my god, I'm so...
Espera um momento, ó.
Holy shit. Where are your friends? I've been asking my therapist the same question for years. I never given me an answer I like yet. They did it twice! They did it twice! What do you think they do? They kill people daily. That's everywhere. That's such bad writing. Credits are king everywhere. It's funny. Oh no. Damn it, I don't want to kill him anymore then. Okay, sure. Tell me all of your plans, and I will turn you into the local police, you dumb bitch. And if you think it's just the characters, no, your dialogue options are horrible Reddit cringe shit too. I swear to God, sincerity is dead. You're only allowed to ever be sarcastic or snarky anymore. And it's not funny, it's not cool, it's fucking lame as hell, and it completely ruins my immersion when both you and all the NPCs of the world talk like it's 2023. It's like 2330 or some shit. Are you kidding me? And to get to the actual quests themselves, again, like I said in the intro, you're basically just following objectives, killing guys, activating a thing, or talking to a person. Now, I'm sure the midwits among you might say, well, simplify, pretty much any game is like that. Yeah, but here's the thing, this is an RPG. They're supposed to be about player choices. There's a difference between boiling down most video games to one of those three objectives and being forced to only do whichever objective the game tells you to do, even when a quest gives you multiple solutions. They are spelled out clearly to the player, and most of the time you're given an objective marker with those options. And so that's not a choice, that's the illusion of choice. There's no moment, like in New Vegas, where you can come up with some kind of creative solution, or there's no objective marker at all, and you have to actually figure it out. No, it's just follow the quest marker, do the thing. Follow the quest marker, do the thing. And it's only made that much worse when the character dialogue is so bad and so cartoonishly long, dude. Probably about a third of the way into the game, maybe close to halfway, I got so fucking sick of the talking, the constant monologuing from the unfunny, quirky Reddit NPCs that I started skipping the dialogue. And guess what? If that's the fucked up skipping dialogue, you can only do it about once per second, whereas most good games, you can skip at least twice that fast. You talk about your player dialogue choices more in depth. Remember that complaint everyone had with Fallout 4, where basically every conversation you only have 4 options, that being yes, sarcastic yes, no, and ask one question. Well, for the most part, it's exactly the same in this game. Even though none of the lines are voice acted, the majority of them pretty much broken down into agree with character, joke answer, sometimes a second joke answer, or disagree with character. Sometimes you give all-up questions, but the majority of the time you do not, and every time you do get questions, they're only relevant to the current conversation. And for those of you young Zoomers who have no idea what makes us different from previous games in the series, how conversations in the best the game used to work is that you walk up to an NPC, talk to them, and you can ask them questions about the area, like gossip, or you can ask them a question related to the quest without being prompted in an already existing conversation. Sometimes you use some dialogue options that don't have to do anything. There's nothing like that in this game. I feel like every major RPG, even Baldur's Gate, which I probably praised more than I should have, only had dialogue options related to whatever you're currently doing. No longer do we have a personal RPG that you're dropped in a world and figure things out by talking to people and asking them questions. It just doesn't fucking exist anymore.
Antes de ser estudante, já era humano. Thomas.
Whatever quest it is, it's the quest, and they are not a character outside of the quest. Except maybe your companion NPCs, and speaking of companions, don't really like them either, to be honest.
Quando o encontramos no Fort Show, certeza que é ele o responsável.
Morgan is the head of the Constellation. Like Sam Coe has the voice of Adam Jensen in the Deus Ex games, and he has a
Fosse ao contrário, algo diz que o Angel rejeitaria a vingança.
Não sei, pergunta eu. Não, tipo, a única coisa que lhe aconteceu foi cortar os membros, para que é que foi matá-lo?
Como tantos outros que mudaram por causa desta guerra.
She had a pretty rough childhood, and the serpent people have slightly different ethics than ours, but she's still a good guy, guy, speaking of good guy, I don't think there's any evil companions because I didn't find one. I literally did a complete faction quest on Space Pirates, and there was no evil companion there. What the fuck? This is yet another game with an underdeveloped, undermotivated, lacking any complexity evil faction. You can boil it down to the Crimson Fleet wants the super secret pirate treasure that their original founder died trying to get. Yeah, that's it. It doesn't even involve, like, being actually evil and destroying the United Colonies, though I think it a big battle in the defeating ship. And of course, guess what? Despite the fact that I joined the United Colonies in a different faction quest line, I had no problem siding with the Crimson Fleet. Afterward, they had no dialogue acknowledging that I was a hero that saved the galaxy from the terror morphs, which are space death claws with psychic powers. And the United Colonies people never acknowledged that I betrayed them and sided with the space pirates. This is yet another Bethesda game. Just like Skyrim, we can join every single faction, which is kind of ironic because this game has a New Game Plus feature, which you would think would incentivize multiple playthroughs, but if you can just do everything you want to do the first time around, what the fuck is the point of New Game Plus? And actually, let's talk about the United Colonies faction quest real quick, because that was probably the worst written quest line in the entire game, at least out of the ones I played. So like I mentioned, it's about space death claws. Somewhere along the way, you meet Hadrian, which I'm pretty sure is a man's name, and it is a black female scientist who turns out is a clone of a black male general who turned out to be evil and killed a bunch of innocent people or whatever. I don't know, it seemed pretty base to me. But for some reason, when they cloned him, they made one of the clones female. It's not a fucking clone, by the way. Did Todd Howard go to the Tsushima school of cloning? Neither one of them know what the fuck that word is. I've seen some people claiming this is supposed to be a trans character, but if she really was intended to be a trans woman, don't you think they would have spelled that out in one of the lines of dialogue? These people can't wait to tell you that they're trans and what their pronouns are. They would spell it out. It's just bad writing that happens to coincide with current identity politics issues. Either way, it doesn't really matter to me. It's cringe. Like I said, one of many female geniuses in this game. Oh yeah, there's a shit ton, guys. I'm serious. But like the saying goes, a character can only be as smart as their writer. And the writers of this questline are not smart elites, because as it turns out, the big plot twist is that where all of these terrormorphs are coming from that are showing up on every human settlement after several decades is that these little worm creatures also just so happen to follow humans onto every planet are transforming humans. Man, what a fucking twist. That twist doesn't even work because they didn't tell the audience at any point that heat leeches follow humans on other planets. Because if they did, everyone would guess the twist. So these genius characters are fucking idiots. And the other twist too is that the black general guy who was supposedly executed actually has been in custody of the UC this entire time, and somehow from a secure cell has organized even more terror attacks that have been killing a bunch of innocent people because evil characters can only be cartoonishly evil. And for once, the game gives you a choice. You can either tell the truth and turn them in the United Colonies cabinet or whatever they're supposed to be, or you can lie and say it was this random guy that you killed in an earlier quest who was this dude's second in command. And if you lie, guess what your reward is? Radiant sweat. Oh yeah, you get random assassination missions. You can pick from random kiosks. Because, you know, we didn't have enough of Radiant quests in Skyrim and Fallout 4. No, we gotta have more unlimited waste of time bullshit. You want to know a really great example of the lack of player choice to such an insane, nonsensical degree? Once you join the Crimson Fleet Pirates, you can end up screwing over one of the other applicants. This guy who tells you to your face after just knowing you for 5 minutes that he wants to kill the leader of the gang. And guess what? There's no option to kill him after this. Because that's what anybody
grande missão de porcaria foi esta.
Or at the very least, you would turn him in. But more likely, you would kill him immediately. But guess what? He's essential. Okay, fair enough. You complete the quest, and he gets booted out because he's obviously a traitorous, worthless piece of shit. Immediately after this, he confronts you in the bar, and he says, I'm gonna find you, and I'm gonna kill you. Now you would think, okay, maybe now I can kill him, right? Nope, he's still essential, and not only is he essential, if you shoot him, all the other space pirates will start shooting you, even though he just got kicked out of the faction. I have very rarely been more angry at this game than that moment, but that was one of the big moments that sealed it for me that this game sucked. Believe it or not, it's part of Rating 7, the very same quest line. The whole setup for you joining the Crimson Fleet is to be a double agent for the United Colonies, right? But of course, if you like the space pirates, you choose to betray the UC, right? But because their tact is essential, you can't just shoot them and kill them. Okay, fair enough, I guess. Well, there's a moment about 2/3 of the way through the quest line where you're about to be arrested by the UC for killing some of their people while you're doing a quest for the Crimson Fleet, right? And there's a dialogue option that clearly says attack. Common sense would dictate that the essential kill them, and that would skip the quest in the space pirate quest line. At least that's what a good game would do. Guess what? They're still fucking essential. They all attack you. You can shoot everyone in the room. Of course, the important character. All the UC ships just kill you in 2 seconds. I actually thought I was soft locked for a minute there, but it turns out that you can fast travel.
Arte de ver.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Turns out this time, yes, you can fast travel without actually leaving. So I managed to escape that way, but holy hell, Bethesda did not playtest any of this. You can't tell me that nobody tried killing the UC when you wanted to betray them. You can't tell me that nobody playtested the attacked them and betrayed them blind and then wasn't able to kill them and then didn't complain about it. I have to imagine anybody working for 2A wrote, this makes no sense, fix this. And they just didn't fucking listen. Now, before I conclude the side quest section, let's talk about a few of the more minor side quests. I'm sure some of you guys are wondering, well, it's the best game, there's got to be more quests than just the faction ones, right? Yes, there are some minor quests that you can find throughout the city, and guess what? All of them are dog shit fetch quests. Yeah, like all of them that I did. Not a single one was interesting in any way. Let's give a few examples. There was one quest in the underside of New Atlantis that had me flip breakers across the map. I'm not fucking joking. I ran around the map, just hit E to flip a bunch of breakers, and that's the quest. Unbelievable, dude. And on a slightly related note, when I was doing the gangster quest line, which was also a disappointment, on Neon, the cyberpunk city, which, by the way, the gang that you join are cartoonishly good guys pretending to be tough, who have never broken law or done anything wrong, really, or at least not that you can see. They're not morally ambiguous in any way.
Uau, agora vamos para a piscina. Vamos para a piscina. Só sabiam que as águas termais são formadas através do vulcanismo secundário, onde o magma encontra-se próximo do local, levando à formação de gases e água a elevadas temperaturas. Falar nisso, tipo no teste de geologia, tipo a professora nos tinha dito que ia sair um pouco a isostasia, mas não foi o caso. Tipo, a isostasia foi só uma parte bem pequena que nem sequer tivemos tempo de dar.
Oh, and I've got one more side quest for you, and this one is especially tragic because the concept...
90 anos, meu filho! Já desde o meu nascimento nunca comi. Eu nunca senti o paladar. Nem os ouvidos. Nem sequer até mesmo o tato. O único sentido que eu vejo é o sentido de ver. O nome da missão é essa a revelação.
Assholes you come across in the resort of Paradiso cannot be killed. That is not an option. Now, I know you've already heard me talk about essential NPC several times in this video, but the reason it stands out is because you actually can kill the people
Caça uma
aboard the
Natasha.
200-year-old
Javali.
vessel by making their reactor explode. So once you talk to these rich fucks, you're given 3 options. Obviously blowing up the reactor and killing everyone. You can negotiate and have the people on board the ship work as indentured servants until they pay off their debt, so. Or as the simple good guy option, you can simply buy them a grab drive and help them install it on their ship.
Pronto, já o aqueci tudo.
And so the largest problem with this quest is that there is no satisfying conclusion unless you're playing as an evil character. Not only does buying the grab drive require you to warp through an entire different solar system, yeah, there's no good mechanics on this planet for some reason. No, Paradiso is a tiny little hotel that takes up 0.1% of the planet's fucking surface because Bethesda decided it was a good idea to waste development resources developing like
Não, a sério.
buildings on this specific planet that is never used again for any other quest. But no, they couldn't put just one more building in this little town that housed a fucking mechanic. No, you gotta sit through multiple more loading screens, then you gotta go back to the ship, do a shitty ass memory.
E também não existe o detalhe se o cavalo estiver próximo. Não existe o detalhe onde se o cavalo estiver próximo ele apenas fala. Agro, ou alguma coisa assim. Sei lá, então chama baixinho só.
Why would they have to work as indentured servants for years if they have countless valuable antiques aboard their ship that are no doubt worth a fortune to some people? 200-year-old, probably nearly pristine, relatively anyway, condition relics. Those have got to be worth selling to somebody for something. I mean, come on. But really, just the fact you can't fucking kill the corpos when they make them so cartoonishly simple makes me ask several questions, and it makes the noticer in me start going on. It makes me remember such lessons we've been taught in modern games like don't kill your enemies, revenge is bad, etc., etc. No, don't kill your corporate overlords. Instead, pull some magical third solution out your ass that makes everybody happy. Why would I want to make evil people happy? The evil people should be dead. But what's made even worse is that this 200-year-old ship that has managed to survive this journey through humans banding together and being conservative about their resources and likely planning out who can have children, etc., etc. They have allowed a gay couple on board, and not just that, but one of them, a Jewish guy, monologues to you about him preserving Jewish culture because he thought it might be eliminated for some reason. Hitting it a little on the nose there, Bethesda. And yeah, to no one's surprise, this ship is just as diverse as everywhere else in the future, so it's not like these people really are any different from the people of this present. They're just as quirky, just as tolerant, just as inoffensive. They aren't like fish out of water in any way, so the quest is just not believable, it's not well written, it's unsatisfying to complete unless you're evil. It just sucked across the board. What a waste of a good concept, dude. And there's many, many other repetitive, woke side quests across this game. It's not worth going into any other examples. Just know that I don't think there was a single minor side quest I liked in the entire game. And somehow I almost forgot this, but the very intro clip that I showed in this video is one of the greatest examples of how they downgraded world interactivity from previous Bethesda games. There are now Half-Life 2 style cutscenes in Starfield. What I mean by that is, they're cutscenes where you can still move around your character, but you can't interact with any of the other NPCs that are in the quote-unquote cutscene. What this means is, for the first time in Bethesda game history, you can shoot a gun, and none of the characters in the room will react, because they're in a cutscene. Now again, if you play these games for the immersion, which I imagine many of you do, can you seriously tell me that doesn't just immediately shatter the illusion? Immediately take you out of the experience? Because I know the moment that happened, the game suddenly just died a little for me, and it never recovered past that, because I knew I wasn't playing a game with player choice. I wasn't playing an immersive...
Porque é que o cavalo das mulheres nunca vai? Ainda não percebi essa. Tipo, o cavalo lá dos homens que estamos a fazer as missões cai sempre, mas o das mulheres fica lá parado.
And it might seem like a bit of a stretch to call it that early in the game, but I was right. Because if they don't even let you interact with the characters during a lot of these key moments, then they don't really care about what you, the players, think or do. And this only became more and more true over the course of the game. Alright, so finally onto the main quest. I'm just going to briefly cover the story. There's really not that much here, believe it or not. Despite Bethesda wanting you to complete the main story more than ever out of any of their games, somehow comes across as the most bare bones, at least to me. You'll see what I mean in a second. The intro starts you off working as a miner, and of course your boss is an Asian woman, the first of many female bosses you'll have throughout this game. And you touch a mysterious alien artifact, see a vision, and not too long afterwards some space pirates attack, and you end up going to New Atlantis and join the Constellation crew.
Kazumasa.
This universe, except they're just
aposto que ela está tipo com amnésia ou alguma coisa.
I guess nobody else cares about space exploration for some reason, and they want to find out what these mysterious alien artifacts mean, what they do, right? And of course, they're a diversity squad, though ironically, they probably have more white people than any other organization in the entire game. They even have a black Russian guy as one of their members, which is just so distracting. Already you've grown up from this game. And so your quest is to go to
Kazumasa.
find a temple which gives you magic, space...
Ok, já percebi que Kazumasa deve ser o pai do Jin.
But even shittier, and to collect these artifacts at the bottom of some big caves where you just shoot generic enemies. Eventually, when you collect enough artifacts, you are attacked by the Starborn. Yes, instead of Dragonborn, it's Starborn. You end up collecting a few more while being attacked by the Hunter. And in classic Bethesda fashion, the Hunter is the most stereotypical, mustache-twirling bad guy you've ever seen. He literally does cartoon evil laughs as he talks. Surrender. Come on, man, who wrote this? How could you think this is acceptable? It's supposed to be immersive. And you have to choose between which NPC you want to die. Either the black scientist guy from the beginning or waifu. Obviously, I wanted Russian waifu to live. And you find out that the Starborn are humans who have visited the center of the universe. And to reach the center of the universe, you have to collect all the artifacts. So, after collecting a certain amount of artifacts, the Starborn contact you and suggest to have a temporary truce between
Ela adormeceu ou morreu?
the emissary and the Hunter. The emissary turns out to be Barrett, your buddy from Constellation. And the evil one is this random religious leader guy that you met like one mission ago. I'm not even joking.
Okay,
I feel like originally he was supposed to be another member of Constellation, because at least that would kind of make sense for the twist. But no, they made it Keeper of Wheelus, which you would have no idea who that even is if they hadn't forced you to meet him just in the very previous mission. And they represent chaos and order, respectively. It doesn't really get any more complex than that. In fact, they don't even really explain motivations very well. That's the best. So you just pick one for chaos. I picked chaos because I hated basically everyone in this entire game. So let's go evil, right? And once you're about 80% through the main story, you have to visit NASA on Earth, where you find out why Earth is a giant sand planet. But to my shock, the Earth was not, in fact, destroyed by climate change. It was destroyed when NASA scientists were fucking around with one of the artifacts you've been finding, which allowed them to invent the warp drive at the cost of destroying the Earth's magnetic poles. Still doesn't explain how millions of tons of sand were just dumped all over the planet. but I think you and I both know that that was done out of pure laziness, so Bethesda didn't have to model some huge post-apocalyptic city, which would have actually been awesome and cool to explore, and would have actually provided a real memorable experience in this game. No, this game sucks. And eventually, you get almost all the artifacts, and you have to have this big showdown in this temple where you shoot like 1,000 fucking enemies. It is like the worst part of the game by far. Half the enemies are bullet sponges that teleport around and use the stupid superpowers that you have. So they actually had cool ones, unlike me. And eventually you get one of the worst final bosses I've ever experienced in any video game, where the dude just makes 1 million clones that you have to fight. He has more health than any enemy in the entire game. Just a ridiculous bullet sponge. And all
nisso que estas missões secundárias.
Maps, which would have been a cool idea, except that it happens so suddenly that it's just fucking whiplash. And once you defeat him, you get the final artifact, you boot up your ship one last time, you go to the center of the universe, and what do you find there? A clone of yourself, who explains somewhat cryptically and mysteriously in a unfittingly effeminate voice that now you can explore any number of infinite universes, which is just another way of saying New Game Plus, which means that pretty much every choice you made up to this point was ultimately useless, but at the very least you get to see the other conclusion to all those quests that had a binary choice, I guess. And of course you gotta leave all your friends behind, and not just your friends, you have to leave all of your equipment, all of your ships, and all of your settlements behind, only taking with you your level and skills and your superpowers. And so you journey into the center, it gives you an ending straight ripped from No Man's Sky, embarrassingly so, and then it awkwardly cuts the credits. Not even fading out the music properly, dude. They shipped this shit as soon as it was playable, I swear to God. So we all agree Todd Howard's an actor. So once you jump into New Game Plus, it skips the introductory quest in the mine, thank God, and gives you a new super special awesome Starborn ship and armor, which is very likely better than anything you got in the first run of the game. Even though the ship only has 2 weapons, it is far faster and more maneuverable than any ship I had handled before that point. And the main laser gun is good against shields and the hull, and your missile has super homing to the point where it just won't stop chasing the target until it hits. So you don't really need a third gun anyway. And apparently with every New Game Plus run, the story changes in some way. I don't know how many times. I haven't completed New Game Plus yet because I was tired of playing this game. But at the very least, in the first New Game Plus run, you have the option to just tell Constellation that you're Starborn, how all the artifacts work, and so you get to skip quite a few quests, and they just roll along with it. Most of them just straight up believe you, except for the old rich guy. And yeah, that's it. If you're wondering why all the YouTubers say, dude, you gotta like put the first. Well, honestly, I have no fucking clue why they said that. I would actually argue you should do the opposite. As many side quests as possible before you do New Game Plus, because you're going to lose your progress on literally everything. And look, I'm sure some of you are going to look on the bright side and say, well, at least the game isn't like Fallout 3 and long, just ends and you don't play anymore after you finish the story. But the problem is that because it's a multiverse, ultimately, none of your choices throughout the game actually mattered. Why is almost every character in the game an essential NPC? What would it harm being able to kill most of these characters if you can still complete the story? How hard would it have been to just have a lot of these characters be killable and then you just fail the quest for that run? What was so wrong with Morrowind's quest design, where the game just tells you, oh, well, you're fucked, load an earlier save, or live in this doomed world, right? And in fact, the Starfield world isn't even doomed. It's much more similar to New Vegas. Who you kill, ultimately, it's not going to change whether or not the battle for Hoover Dam happens, or in this game's case, it's the center of the universe. Why are all the NPCs essential?
Os
I
mongóis
need the
levaram a
fucking
nossa
answer
comida
to this
toda.
question.
O
You don't
avô do Ian
understand
Dias.
how
Onde é que
important
encontraram?
that
Temos
is.
ferramentas.
In fact, let's just jump right into the conclusion here. Should you buy the game? Of course not. I don't think you should ever touch this game because it is so bland and repetitive. I can't see how anybody would ever possibly have fun with it, yet somehow there's a bunch of people who like
Quem
this
sabe
game.
bem nisto
It's
naquele
truly
dia.
mind-blowing.
Pegam na comida
Maybe
e
it's
levam-na
just because
daqui.
the honeymoon period hasn't worn off
Não é
yet.
assim
The
tão
hype
simples.
train is
Eles
still
levaram
going.
reféns.
But I
Se não
have to
produzimos
imagine
comida, é...
O quê? É macacos.
Não vai
It is
gostar.
truly the most
Eu
lowest
decido
common
se gosto ou
denominator
não.
boy slot shit I've ever touched. Like I said, it's not the worst game I've played this year, but in a way, it kind of is. Like, objectively, it works better than Gollum. It has more fun gameplay than Immortals of Avium, and it's not as ridiculously stupid as Ghost was. But in a way, it really has less going for it than any one of those games. Those games were so bad it was good. Kind of. I got a certain amount of enjoyment from how bad they are, the same way you would watch a really bad B-movie and laugh at it, right? I can't laugh at this game. It's too painful to play. I think Bethesda has actually forgotten what made people like their games in the first place. To me, the appeal of their games was always the exploration, the creative quest design and unique scenarios, the memorable characters and lore, all the different character species used to be a big thing in their games. Now it's only humans. There's no aliens.
Os
No
mongóis vão
humans
levar o
act the
barril
same
para o centro
culturally
do
for the
campo
most
deles.
part. It's another
Quem se
fucking
sente
melting
melhor
pot.
lá?
Space America 300 years from now, or maybe more accurately, Space Brazil. There's truly nothing gritty or offensive about this. I mean, there's no gore, there's no slurs. Elder Scrolls had plenty of racism in it. This is going to be a weird statement that people are going to take out of context, but I truly think that discrimination is a massive factor of keeping worlds grounded and interesting. This is something that everybody's going to face in their life at some point. It's incredibly relatable. I don't care what you look like, you're probably going to be discriminated against sometime in your life. That's just part of life. But this is supposed to be a bland utopian future. It's truly a dystopia in that sense. The global homo future, where there's no culture, there's no other languages, there's no other belief systems except the politically correct ones. And white men are nearly non-existent, though that's the quiet part, of course. I don't use the word hate lightly, but I think I do hate this game on a level that is unprecedented. Now, again, I'm not really disappointed, because Fallout 4 was soulless garbage, but it was better than this. Fallout 4 had something going for it. I like the Brotherhood of Steel in that game, because I kind of like fascist and factions in video games, but you're not allowed to side with the authoritarian team anymore. You're not even allowed to exist. I think there even is a team in the team that decides the good team. What's wrong with you to get any bad ideas, guys? I'm serious, this game is the most hopeless corporate product I've ever experienced. The fact that people are shipping it so hard is deeply depressing to me. I visited this game many times titling a bunch of my videos, gaming is dying, or blank company is dead. And I truly think Bethesda is dead. To me, after this, I'm sure they'll still exist. There's no way this game will bomb. Even if a shit ton of people refund it, it'll still make some money, I'm sure.
Esse
But
idiota
man,
que nos
games
meteu
like
nesta
this make me
confusão
question
tentou negociar com os mongóis.
at the very least, I should be playing more really good games, but unfortunately, I built this
Seu
channel around
monte de fessos de
reviewing
macaco
games
vigarista.
I want to see. If I did pivot my channel into reviewing old good games, half of you would stop watching. It would further death spiral this
Eu
channel
vendi
into
comida aos mongóis,
irrelevancy.
tanto de
So it's
Espanha,
not like I
Alaska,
hate
verdade.
reviewing bad games. I do usually get some kind of weird enjoyment out of it. I mean, I wouldn't have streamed Immortals of Avium for 12 hours and 40 minutes if I didn't get some kind of sick enjoyment out of torturing myself. But Starfield is just one of those games that makes me regret some of my life choices. Because
Não foi
the
eu,
game
Deus da
just
cara.
sucks. So hopefully you got the message. I pray that none of you bought this game without at least watching one of my streams of it to see how horrible it is. But at the very least, try to get a refund if you already made the mistake of purchasing this. Maybe Steam will make an exception like they did for Cyberpunk if enough people demand one. Starfield is truly creatively bankrupt. Bethesda's dead. See you next time.
Tem sorte no samurai de ter poupado.
Those perfect shots.
Não.
Kenji.
Oh.
Senhor Sakai! Ouviram as minhas preces?
Isso ainda não é certo. O que é que foi, Kenji?
Devo dinheiro a um bandido, com um carniceiro.
Tens de lhe pagar.
E eu vou, mas ele quer ver-me no meio do nada para que me possa degolar.
O que é que fizeste para merecer isso?
Ele pagou por saque medicamentos e talvez eu tenha tirado parte para dar aos sobreviventes de Izuhara. Não pensei que reparasse.
Há melhores formas de ajudar, Kenji.
Mas eu sou um idiota.
E queres que eu resolva o problema?
Não pode ficar nas sombras para o caso de ele tentar algo. Se o assustar, ele põe-me a cabeça a prémio.
As intenções desta vez foram melhores do que antes. Eu ajudo.
Grata, senhor.
The division of expectations between gamers and game developers seems to be growing farther apart as the industry expands. We've seen combative responses from Bethesda to gamers regarding
Onde está o dinheiro que é bandido, teu amigo?
paradigm shift in the gaming world.
Mostra-me
The
o
gaming
caminho.
industry makes 3 times the music industry and 4 times the movie industry. Revenue has been substantially increasing
Sempre
year
que
to
me
year.
meto nestas confusões, não deixo de sentir mesmo medo.
Queres acalmar os teus nervos?
Game prices are
Para de
starting to
roubar
increase.
assassinos.
Gamers
Mas a
want
primeira
to
vez que o
expect
bom me apanhou, nem sequer se
Talk about the gaming
lembrou.
Quantas
industry in
vezes já o
general,
enganaste?
respective
3.
relationship between game developers and gamers.
Devias limitar-te a vender saque.
Até isso pode ser perigoso. O primeiro lote que vendi e levei emprestado de um mosteiro.
Tu roubaste monges.
Imaginei que se fosse apanhado, fosse branco.
Estratégia interessante.
Pensava eu. Depois descobri que eram monges guerreiros. Espadas e lanças do Buda, não é?
Acho que ainda andam atrás de mim. És um homem ocupado.
Não sei, senhor. Os saídos seguem para todo lado.
Tu segues os charilhos, Kenji. Devias questionar-te.
With that said, 2023 was a wild year with a lot of good and some bad. We were able to see the likes of Tears of the Kingdom, Overspeed 3, Mario Bros. Wonder, and Lies of P. That was equally impressive with Golem, Redfall, and Rise of Dawn. Cyberpunk 2077 has had a great redemption arc. Cyberpunk 2.0 and Phantom Liberty was released and delivered the game to players.
O encontrei naquela ponte. Vamos parar aqui.
Incredibly impressive to watch, and
Vai para a
Cyberpunk really
ponte.
comes to the fore.
Eu encontro um sítio
Solidified
onde
as one of
veja
the
bem o
best
bom.
games out
Muito
there.
bem.
Players have been enjoying Night
Se algo
City and
correr
all
mal,
the
mas no final,
I'm just happy
eu
as the
grito.
next guy to see this game go so well.
Feliz por o ver!
Have to occur. CD Projekt Red's challenges highlight some of the industry's overall problems and incongruencies. The release of Cyberpunk was anticipated with fervor and garnished a crazy amount of hype. The excitement was palpable, and CD Projekt Red promised groundbreaking experiences in a game that would be disruptive to the entire industry. A new age of gaming, if you will. The reality of its launch starkly contrasted gamers' expectations. After all the waiting, hype, and pre-orders, players will miss a myriad of technical issues that range from
Bandidos, é uma cilada. Tenho de proteger o
also
Kenji.
varied widely between the two
É melhor
console
ser
generations
discreto.
and PCs. The last-gen console performance was particularly bad since that hardware was getting pre-ordered. Having to cater to last-gen consoles has been something other studios have brought up as it tends to hamstring technological level. The reality, however, is many of these studios are contractually obligated to have their games run on last gen. Issues that get valuable development resources. Development challenges, unrealistic timelines. Misleading marketing materials contributed to overhyping game features that simply couldn't be completed in time. Disparities between what players would promise and what they would receive each passing week and trailer. Lack of transparency during the development process also left players to stress the creator of the game studio. Backlash and chaos. Of course, players are furious. It was even a loss I can see from the games also improved for stores to a better place. The better place means finish. I digress. Consequences and reputation damage sends a what's the point of releasing a game in such a state? Treating CD Projekt Red as a very expensive at the AAA level, and the pressure is put on studios to keep released. It's easy for us to overlook the fact that sometimes you really have to do things just to keep the lights on. Funding agreements are made in advance, which dictate schedules. You can understand accepting investor pressure like this, especially if
Devo-lhe a vida, Sr. Sakai.
Deves-me mais do que isso.
O que o senhor quiser. Saque, bálsamo para celas, bom
Kenji, por que é que arriscas a vida por tão pouco?
Não é pouco. Preciso de comida, dinheiro, uma fogueira quente.
Tu ajudaste-me a salvar o Taka. Entregaste medicamentos a doentes.
Isso foi heróico, não foi?
Tens um talento, Kenji. É hora de o usar pelo bem da nossa ilha.
Honra é a minha especialidade.
Physical copies need to be made, advertising needs time to ramp up. I will support game delays when needed, and with all these factors, ever-changing release dates are most likely here to stay. Should players take these factors into consideration? We need to concern ourselves with the internal pressures that game developers have. Let's see. Games are getting very expensive. $70 for one game is a lot of money. You can buy entire PC parts like SSDs for that kind of cash. As you all know, the economic climate out there isn't the best. Most expenses in our lives have gone up. The first thing to get cut is the entertainment budget. These days, when I spend that much on a game, I absolutely expect it to be mostly complete. A few bugs here and there are understandable, but missing elements and broken mechanics is not okay with me anymore. The fact is, there are an insane amount of games out there. I'm sure we all have a substantial backlog in our Steam account, to say the least. I've been playing more and more older games recently, since they're completed and usually priced better. Games like Red Dead Redemption 2 came out almost 6 years ago, and you cannot tell me that game doesn't hold up. With a massive amount of titles out there to choose from, why not turn your clock back and play some of these amazing games? It's a valuable resource I have these days in time. Really get titles to earn my respect and help me to play. Speaking of time, let's talk about games as a service, or live service games. This is a business model where games are continuously supported as an ongoing service rather than a standalone. These live service games are designed with the sole purpose of keeping players playing for as long as possible. There's almost always a cash shop, and they're designed to make players feel like they're missing out if they don't regularly log in. Login rewards attempt to coax players to stay online.
Surgiu uma oportunidade perfeita.
Perfeito.
Mais à frente na estrada, há um campo inimigo cheio de provisões para alimentar, vestir e curar dezenas de pessoas, centenas, e os mongóis deixaram-no. É uma ameixadura, mesmo aos filas.
O que é que me estás a esconder?
A situação é muito simples. Mongóis ausentes, montes de coisas. Ajudamos a nós e às pessoas.
Na pequena hipótese disto acabar bem, Mostra-me o caminho.
Sabia que ia entender, Sr. Sakai.
Great single-player games like Prey and Dishonored, multiplayer live service model, something the studio had no experience with. Higher-up execs thought we would love it. We hated it. It's just too bad we will never see whatever great game they could have made in Redfall's place. One of the most attractive things about being a gamer is where
Como encontraste este
Capa.
Ando-se destes há algum tempo. São tão arrogantes que deixam o campo desprotegido quando saem para pilhar.
Então, quem esperavas na estrada?
Quem? Eu? Ninguém.
O
Eu estava a caminho
que...
quando o senhor apareceu.
Há sobreviventes refugiados perto da fortaleza de Yarikawa. Precisam de provisões.
São precisamente essas pessoas que estão a tentar ajudar. O que é que eu lhe disse? É tão lindo que dá vontade de chorar.
Olha em volta. Leva o que deres.
What?
Roupa, couro, cinza, madeira. Isto pode ajudar muitas pessoas.
Eu disse que era boa ideia.
Um barril de saque. Sabes alguma coisa disto, Kenji?
Acha que sou o único nesta ilha a vender saque aos mongóis?
Acho.
Senhor, fico magoado.
Well, they obviously disagreed with the reviewer and pretty much said his opinion was wrong.
Há aqui bastante comida. Peixe, vegetais, arroz e leite. Japoneses. Nós.
Estão a tomar o guarda da nossa gastronomia. Já estive a ver a tenda. Não tem nada. Só um monte.
É melhor ver a tenda.
Kenji, eu vou-te matar! O homem que vai acabar com a vida do Kenji. Deixaste-me aqui à morte. Não, não é verdade! Eu trouxe ajuda! Este é o Sr. Sakai, também conhecido como...
Um de vocês explica o que se passa aqui.
Kenji tramou o que se passa? Não tramei nada! Era suposto os mongóis pagarem por estas coisas, só que não pagaram. E depois fizeram aqui o meu amigo Nato.
Era suposto pagarem por isto?
Ouviram? Voltaram! Por favor, libertem-me!
De onde vêm estas provisões?
Roubámos aos chapéus de palha. Sr. Sakai, pode distrair os mongóis?
Para poderes fugir?
Não propriamente. Tenho uma ideia.
Chega de ideias, Kenji. Pega no teu amigo e vai.
What the fuck?
Vê como lutam os espadachins a sério.
Kenji! Amigo do Kenji! Já podem sair. É seguro.
Aqui! Estamos presos! Sr. Sakai, tire-nos daqui! Obrigado, Sr. Sakai. Sim, obrigado.
Sabem o que têm a fazer.
Vou andar dentro daquele barril de saque até... Kenji, acho que ele está zangado. Sr. Sakai, a nossa intenção foi sempre oferecer os nossos ganhos aos sobreviventes mais carenciados, os do campo perto da vila de Yarikawa.
Levem tudo o que puderem. E quando eu visitar esse campo, Vou encontrá-los cheio de comida e medicamentos, certo?
Sim, senhor.
É a
Sim,
primeira
senhor.
vez que uma personagem fala nome diferente daquele que o resto fala. Este Yarikawa é Yarikawa.
Eu disse que era má ideia. Má porque resultou na conversa.
This will be a full analysis of Silent Hill. As the other two, he reacts with considerably realistic emotion and discomfort to the scenes that he's in.
I don't know what you're planning, but there's always another way.
The scenes where he's the most awkward are the ones where he's trying to reason or console those far more gone than him. He's doing his best to understand them and displays more lucidity. At the same time, it comes across clearly that he's dealing with a significant mental toll of his own. After the cell scene, you'll have to navigate a small maze where, without warning, Pyramid Head can just show up stalking the halls. This is the one time he's just out in the environment in control, wandering around, and seeing him just strutting about is a real shock. You can also note his giant knife down here, which deals immense damage with the trade-off of slow movement when it's equipped. Of course, if James is always carrying this thing, then surely he'd always be walking slow, but we'll let inventory magic slide for what is essentially a cool bonus item. Angela clocks in with another scene where she has to be saved from a new monster. She really seems to have James pegged for a bad dude, but I don't think it's ever made exactly clear why she thinks she knows about James's past.
You said your wife Mary was dead, right?
Yes. She was dead.
Foi graças a uma mulher, a Yuna. Ela salvou-me na praia. Tratou de mim e de me curar.
Deve ser uma talentosa curanda.
É uma das pessoas mais corajosas que conheço. Mas estaria aqui sem
After this
ela.
Angela scene, we get the Hanged Man puzzle, which is a neat, grisly little riddle to solve. But the punishment for failed guesses, being a few monsters spawning in, feels a bit hackneyed. Especially when they're still the same basic monsters we've been seeing since the very start of the game. This gotcha leans less towards Silent Hill being an incomprehensible force of terror, and more towards it being some kind of twisted game show, which I think is much more corny. I'd probably be more critical, but since they literally included a twisted game show segment earlier, I won't harp on too much about this. James stumbles into a graveyard. One of the dudes tombs belongs to Sullivan, a child murderer who fell about earlier in the game. Another has the name of someone branded as traitor. The three names have James's and Angela's names written on them. Angela's surname is similar to that of a man who has a crime of passion referenced in the discarded news article. This hints at her killing a male family member, probably her father.
Estão a castigar.
Demos a nossa comida aos mongóis em vez de
Likely
matar.
due to suffering abuse at his
Quando
hand.
partiram,
You're trying to be
toda a
nice.
gente adoeceu.
Fomos
I know what you're up
amaldiçoados.
to.
Há uma estalagem à frente.
Always
Lá
the
deverão
same.
ficar a salvo.
You're only after one thing.
Procurem
That's not true at all.
tenham cuidado.
Obrigado.
Lies.
Só
Go
espero que
ahead,
os
say
espíritos
it.
não nos sigam.
Or you could just force me. Make me up, but you ain't dead.
Eddie, who appears closely after, admits to killing a dog and crippling a football player as retaliation for being bullied.
Yeah, I killed that dog. It was fun. He came after me. I shot him too. Right in the leg. He's gonna have a hard
Como
time
teria ligado
paying
aos
for all of what's left of that meat.
The graveyard has graves marked with the names of people who have committed some kind of
tem
terrible
experiência
act.
com
And
bandidos.
Angela and Eddie have committed a dark crime of passion as far as we can tell, and have their names waiting on empty graves. But as we can see, it's three characters who have a grave waiting for them here. Eddie snaps and turns on James. The boss fight that ensues is once again lacking though. The awkward back and forth that monsters in SH2 exhibit when attacking James is fine. They're weirdo monsters. If anything, it makes them feel more unreal and scary. Eddie is a person, though, and having James fight him looks awkward. The two chip damage off each other with guns at close range. The single fight in one suffers from this to a lesser extent. The more primitive PS1 visuals let you use your imagination a bit more to fill in the blanks, smudging the literal events happening on screen a bit in your mind. SH2 is a bit too graphically detailed for this, though. You can't help but think that's not how two guys having a gunfight would look, even in Silent Hill. Sybil also acted like a zombie being controlled by a bug parasite. Eddie is crazy, but I doubt he'd try and fight a guy aiming a gun at him with such awkward mannerisms in artillery, even if he has gone a bit off kilter. While also somehow conversely having faster reload skills than Revolver Ocelot. Also, you know, I can't hate on Sybil. Look at all the cute stuff she does when possessed. Anyway, to climax the mind bender that is the Historical Society, after descending what felt like miles, the next door has us emerge at ground level, not that far from the main road. While the layout of the Historical Society, the prison, and the labyrinth is definitely surprising and visually impressive, on a gameplay level, I don't know if it's quite as interesting as navigating the nonsensical nowhere level from SH1. That final stage presented the player with an impossible room layout, but actually asked of the player to learn that impossible layout while exploring and solving puzzles. With no map, another one could have even been drawn with doors that move you between floors and rooms that should physically overlap with each other but don't. A level where if you forget the layout and go back into a certain room that you've already got your floors in, three nurses just descend on you to make you regret that mistake. I love the subterranean, crushing feeling jumping down all the holes gives you in the Historical Society level. But to add a bit of gameplay to this contextual quirk, perhaps there could have been other holes that take you to seemingly nonsensical places or elevations. Holes you go down that instead take you back up, and you'd have to actually learn the layout of a level where the basic concepts of up and down don't apply. Just a little idea, perhaps not a great one, but basically what I'm trying to say is that the Historical Society stage is more focused on using its quirky structure for one-off tricks, the odd quick puzzle and some shocking moments, than for any kind of serious navigational challenge associated with the level of distortion of physical space. Yeah, you do have to explore in isolated parts like the prison section and, granted, kind of tricky, surreal little maze segments, but that stuff takes place between the world-bending transitions, so to speak. Perhaps exploration and world-bending could have come together more like in the Nowhere level from 1. Isolated sections like the prison and the maze may take place inside this never-ending descent of impossible caverns, the most abstract location in the game, but they don't actually offer exploratory gameplay that dissimilar from a segment located anywhere else in the game, or offer exploratory complexities that continue perhaps achieved anywhere else in the game. The abstract layout it has is used more just for the purpose of set dressing. It's a good thing it's probably the best set dressing in the business, so it's hard to complain. Instead of going back into the streets, a boat ride serves as the interlude between the third and final level. This segment can get confusing. Your only point of reference is the light in the distance. When that's off screen, it's very hard to tell in which direction the boat is moving, although maybe that's the point. I'm not a terribly big fan of moving a boat down an empty patch of water either way, but at least it sets an ominous mood before the finale. James meets Laura in the hotel, who presents us with more contradictory evidence. She was in contact with Mary supposedly less than 3 years ago. During that time, James's wife showed some interest in adopting her, a plan that was never seen through due to her illness. The hotel level is one of the shorter segments of the game with no real riddles to solve, but it's home to some good frights. One of my favorites came at the hands of the employee lift, which emits a startlingly loud alarm sound that pierces the silence of the room. Then you see the warning on the side that lift only admits one person at a time. It's safe to say on my first playthrough, I darted out of the lift immediately like no business. It turns out the weight limit alarm goes off not because there's something on there with you, like this, but because James is carrying too much weight. His equipment packages the positives in nearby lockers and you go in. I'm not sure if the lift used to say there was something with the lift, but that didn't stop it from being intentional. favorite touches is that when you head back to collect your stuff, there's enemies outside the room with the locker. Once you get your items and come back outside, the enemies are gone though, denying you any payback. There are some other neat spooks here too worth mentioning. If you try to go to the 3rd floor, you'll be greeted by a grate. Upon leaving, Mary calling out James's name can be heard. A whimper is audible near room 208. 208 being the same number as the one on the door to the cell room Maria has her second death in. What's impressive about Silent Hill 2 is the amount of effort put into installing turning off the lights and then throwing in some monsters to do the rest of the work. A lot of effort is put into creating some uniquely hair-raising one-off moments. It's part of what makes the game so compelling. The experience doesn't get repetitive, even if the enemy types might. The room James and Mary stayed in when they visited Silent Hill contrasts a lot with the rest of the game. It's the one room to feature intense bright lights, giving it an ethereal and otherworldly vibe all its own. The main twist of the game is about to be revealed here, so if you watched all this way, even though you haven't played, here's your last chance to leave before having everything entirely spoiled. It's here the penny drops and James finally comes face to face with the truth. His wife didn't die of the illness, but was killed by him with a pillow while she was bedridden.
What?
Vamos curar o que é preciso.
Having the happy memories of James's time on holiday with Mary get overwritten by her murder at his own hand, and that being the way this is all revealed is especially twisted. It's at this point James is confused, but Nina throughout the whole game starts to come into focus.
She died because she was sick?
Estamos quase a chegar ao campo.
No. I killed her. Mary didn't die 3 years ago. She must have died fairly recently in the hands of James. James, unable to accept what he's done, has stumbled into Silent Hill dazed by some form of self-imposed
Desde passaram pela nossa quinta.
flicking into place. One of my favorite, best executed moments occurs. The environment shifts into a damp, decaying facsimile of the hotel while a droning, dizzying track plays. It's like the revelation that he killed his wife has put James in such a stupor that the environment itself is decaying at the same rate as his state of mind. The music here is brilliant and sounds like the world's biggest droning headache.
Fez o seu melhor. Mas se não tivesse demorado com o casal e aquele homem, se não tivéssemos parado, aquelas pessoas morriam. E não teria percebido que estas pessoas tinham sido eliminadas. Mas aquele homem disse que a esposa só tinha bebido água de poço. E sabemos que as pessoas começaram a adoecer depois dos mongóis partirem. Devem ter contaminado o poço. Uma fonte de água contaminada espalha a doença como fogo. Pode ser curado? Sim, os tubérculos tratam disso. Então ajude-me, mulher. Obrigado, senhor. Salvou muitas vidas.
With no attempts to hide or prevent it in sight. A lesser in one has been through so much by the time Harry shows up, it's no wonder her nightmare is always on full intensity when it manifests. This segment posts the big reveal as just an awesome moment. And a lot of the emotion is conveyed just by moving around the environment, which is great too. In general, Silent Hill 2 does an excellent job at conveying James's state of mind through music. Similarly, after Maria's death back in the underground maze, the music from the cutscene continues on after you leave, indicating the event is still raw in James's mind. During this final level, the letter from Mary also starts to disappear from your inventory, showing it was either some kind of delusion or created by the power of the town to lure James in. James can recall a conversation here he had with Mary's doctor, who states she would have up to 3 years max to live.
How long does she have? I'm afraid I'm not sure. 3 years ago.
At the start of the game, James thought Mary died 3 years ago, and now we know by Laura that couldn't have been the case. Perhaps James tricked himself into thinking the day he heard of this news was the day Mary truly died. as their relationship would go on to never be the same again after that point. Before we can get closure on James's story, we get one last scene with Angela. It's crystal clear now that Eddie, Angela, and James are all tragic characters who committed a terrible act of passion, and the town of Silent Hill is bubbling up their trauma in a physical way. Here we have the most obvious example of two characters' manifested nightmare worlds overlapping. James's world is in a state of gas wet corrosion, while Angela's is permanently burning.
For me, it's always like this.
Much like Angela's demeanor, the fire repels you when you try to get close to her. The execution of Angela's story, I think, is one of the game's biggest successes. It presents us with a deeply troubled and abused character trying to find herself, tragedy after tragedy. But rather than how games sometimes present characters with traumatic pasts as maybe slightly abrasive, moody, or hardened by the dark secrets they have to hide, the effects of Angela's trauma are always on display for you to see. It comes out blunt and uncomfortable in every scene with her. She's tragic, but her situation has made her repellent and unlikable. It's easy to feel repelled by her and feel like you want to avoid her, while simultaneously feeling bad that that's your gut reaction to being around such an unfortunate sick person.
Love me? Take care of me? Heal all my pain?
Someone easy to empathize with, but who wants little to do with long term. Something that, as we'll come to see, plays in quite nicely with James's other stories. In a broader sense, though, it's a tough look at the fact that perfect trauma that manifests in repellent ways is going to be pitied by a lot of people, but helped meaningfully and in the long term by very few. Ultimately, there's no uplifting recovery to be found here either. Angela becomes an example of how prolonged emotional and physical damage and severe trauma can't be easily healed, and perhaps sometimes be unrepairable, and she will It's one of the most adult takes on a character like this I think I've seen in a game. While Angela walks into the flames, it's unclear what her ultimate fate is. The slice we get to see of her journey proving to be a bleak but honest snippet of the big picture. It's worth noting too that the US release of Silent Hill 2 features only Angela on the cover. In hindsight, having a physically and sexually continue contemplating suicide as the box art for a title is probably one of the most confident moves in game marketing I've seen, and the fact they pulled that part of the story off so well to me says they definitely earned the right to lead with such a strong image. Eddie's and Angela's stories end up being important conclusions that we can use to compare and contrast with James's, showing the results of what traumatic experiences can do to people. Eddie snaps and Angela loses all hope. Now we have left to see what road James goes next. Before entering the last section, there's one final save point that has 9 save squares instead of 1. I've always found this a really striking image. In general, I find the save squares including James's reflection in them. It's a haunting little addition to even the very mechanical process of saving your game. James is once again forced to watch Maria get killed by Pyramid Head, which there are 2 of now.
Os mongóis vão voltar quando os seus homens não regressarem.
If Pyramid Head represents judgment, it's
quiser.
natural there would be 2.
Seria oferta da
James has 2 human deaths on his kill count. Aware of his sin now and feeling sufficiently punished by Silent Hill's horrors, James stands up to the creatures.
I was weak. That's why I needed you. Someone to punish me for my sins. That's all over now. I know the truth. Now it's time to end this.
He can't actually kill them, but by showing a willingness to survive, the creatures cease to have a function and kill themselves. They're a product of James's desire for punishment, so now he doesn't need them anymore. The boss fight itself is nothing terribly special though, with it being the usual case of backing into a corner and shooting before the bosses come over and try and skewer you. But the gravity of the scene is enough to make it exhilarating to land one last smackdown on Pyramid Head. In the next hallway, James recalls some of the verbal abuse Mary would throw at him through the course of her disease.
What do you think, James?
Senhor, também vai ajudar a Liga de Asa.
One damn flowers. Just
Não sei o que isso é.
Agricultores e pescadores que se juntaram para combater os mongóis. Eu vim de Ariake para os treinar. Éramos para nos encontrar aqui há umas horas. E agora à procura deles.
Eu vou contigo.
Drugs. You look like a monster. What are you looking at? Get the hell out of here. Leave me alone already.
Hearing Mary's pain as she takes out her frustration on James while then begging him to stay with her is a sobering example of what it must have been like to live with her for the years she was dying.
James.
Saberão onde está acampado o barco principal.
Don't go.
Putting into perspective how mentally beaten down James must have been after being subjected to this for so long. And now it's time for the great scene where James gets to confess to Mary how he really felt as she was dying and why he did what he did. Except it isn't, because first we have to fight the final boss. Yeah, you remember, right? The final boss of Silent Hill 2? The one where Maria, now fully masquerading as Mary, quickly snaps into a caged witch monster and comes at you with her evil army of JPEG mobs.
Mary? When will you ever stop making that mistake? Mary is dead. You killed her.
Maria? But I get ahead of myself. But this point it can be deduced that Maria is some kind of entity conjured by the town from James's subconscious, with a more ideal version of Mary. The fantasy that now can then undermine for him, especially by killing her over and over. Once James finally rejects Maria here, though, she loses it and turns into a monster.
No, I won't let you.
Unfortunately, the encounter doesn't spark and ruins the moment of it for me. I feel like this fight is frankly kind of tacky and so out of place it's like I wipe it from my mind every time I play. Everyone remembers the Pyramid Head fight and the confession scene, but it's like we all try to forget this is even here. Because it's pretty bad. It's like the beach fight from the hospital, but in a much bigger environment with only one enemy to keep track of. So it doesn't even pose some of the frantic action of that earlier. Plus, it lacks the ominous low visibility of Merlin's that fight, looking kind of goofy with the monster in question out in the open sliding about. While I see the appeal of a hype showdown with a monstrous Maria, Silent Hill 2 just doesn't seem up to the task of creating a non-awkward boss fight. And while I usually roll my eyes hard when a game that predominantly features combat thinks it's above having a final boss, maybe that would have been for the best if this janky spectacle was all that could be thrown together. I think the last Pyramid Head fight with a bit more complexity added on could have served as a decent final boss on its own, to be honest. What's here as the final battle feels rushed. Forgive me. The last few scenes are perfectly executed, though.
I told you that I wanted to die, James. I wanted the pain to end.
That's why I did it. I just couldn't watch you suffer. No.
Nem todos sobrevivem.
That's not true.
Então vingarei os
O
mortos.
samurai mantém a calma antes de lutar. Espera!
The truth is, I hated you. I wanted you out of the way. I wanted my life back.
Is that what true?
Emotional weight of her attack, as well as being able to move forward and let go of both. Maria's final heartbreaking letter apologizes for the burden she placed on James and thanked him for the good times they shared.
So sorry for what I did to you. So much, and I haven't been able to return a single thing.
Laura, likely fulfilling Mary's last wishes with the doctor for him to continue living his life. It's emotional, like Mary's letter being described over dead silence gives it the weight it deserves. Real, believable emotion put into every line. It's impossible not to question what James did, but it's easy to see the tropes. The tragedy is palpable. The ambiguity of it all matches that
És habilidosa, mas quase uma vez te precipitaste para lutar.
Mongóis não enfurecem.
A arma mais importante de um samurai é o próprio. Se perdes o controle, podes perder a batalha.
Estou a ver. Devia voltar para casa. Aprender a controlar as emoções.
Continua a lutar. Precisamos de pessoas como tu. Mas lembra-te desta missão. Estou a organizar um exército para combater os mongóis. Espero que te juntes a nós.
Devia ter-me percebido. É um fantasma. Senhor, terá a minha ajuda.
Maria, it's you. But I don't need you anymore. Considering the mixed reaction he has during her advances. At first I wondered if Maria was supposed to be a manifestation of an ideal version of James's wife. Why does she still demean him outside of the jail scene? Other than to add caveats to James's fantasy woman so the town has yet another avenue to torment him with, I think she's meant to let us experience the headspace James was in during the years he was subjected to Mary's mood swings as she was dying. Back then he probably fantasized about the ideal version of his wife he wished he could have, while constantly having his actual wife taking her anger and frustration out on him. Maria lets us in on both sides of this experience, this amalgamation of lusting while getting berated. Maybe on some level James knows he doesn't deserve that ideal woman, so he still gets one whose anger and frustrations bubble to the surface. She then also dies, continuing to mirror the experience James had with his dying wife. Maria is also killed by Pyramid Head, no less, the creature that reflects James and his desires the most, which makes sense when ultimately James was the one who killed his wife. The fact that the time he spent with Maria is in a hospital alludes to those 3 years when Mary died before, since James would have likely spent a lot of time in the prison scene is probably trying to add more context to frame of mind James was in during that period.
Deram-lhe uma marca de ferro. Tentámos tirar-lhe, mas tinha demasiado chocolate.
Essa marca de ferro deve ser valiosa para arriscar a vida.
Ultimately, James rejecting the emotional pit of his self-indulgent fantasy in Maria and finding a reason to live through something positive, like raising Laura, as part of his wife's final
Tivemos
wish.
de fugir, mas a carroça do mercador ainda está na estrada.
Vou procurar essa marca de ferro. Fica
How
aqui
can you
e
throw me
trata
away?
I understand now. It's time to end this nightmare.
If I could change the order of events for the Leave ending, I'd probably place the final Pyramid Head fight after James's confession, but perhaps before hearing her final message and apology, as I think it would make more sense for James to challenge his self-hatred after resolving his issues with Mary. The second most plausible ending, I guess, is the Maria ending. James tells his judges to do one, however he accepts his replacement, Silent Hill wife. As punishment for this, though, he seems destined to repeat the same horrors as before. Since the last we see of her, she's continuing to exhibit illness hinted at earlier, presumably the same one as Mary's. He gives in to his fantasy, but in the long run this will probably only produce some fleeting happiness before leading back into pain. This is the one ending where some form of Mary herself appears as the final boss, rather than Maria pretending to be her.
You must have hated me. That's why you got rid of me.
In the Leave ending, James works through his baggage with Mary by earnestly admitting fault, while in the Maria ending, any fault has to be pried out of him.
You killed me.
I could watch you suffer.
Don't make excuses, James. I was a burden on you.
It's true. I may have had some of those feelings.
He meekly admits to some before running into the arms of Maria, failing to learn from the low, craving some superior fantasy version of Mary led him to before.
It was a long 3 years.
That's why you needed this Maria person?
You can see this either as him continuing to wallow in the fantasies he had while Mary was dying and not moving on, or him reaching out for a new relationship that's just too similar to the last. Ignoring all the signs that being with Maria has all the negative dimensions of the Mary relationship as it drew to a close, and that he's just destined to repeat history, trying to optimize what didn't work before and already sunk him, rather than dealing with the past and moving on to find a new purpose. He's just gonna get stuck again. Plus, taking over probably leads to a Silent Hill from a skirt like a bad move. James does sound pretty crazy in this ending, so his demeanor reflects that.
It's okay. I have you.
The only other ending that can be achieved on a first playthrough is the In Water ending, where James can't bear to live without Mary.
Now, we can be together.
It's one of the darkest endings. It does sound like something the character could be in frame of mind to do. But given his standing up to Pyramid Head and a lot of his actions throughout the game near the end, it seems like the least likely to me. When all is said and done, though, I guess you could see this as at least an action James chooses for himself once he's in possession of all the facts again, rather than an outcome forced on him by a monster attack, which it would be if he had just let Pyramid Head kill him. He reclaims some agency from Pyramid Head and carries out his suicide in his own town. I suppose if you look at it like that, it just makes this ending even grimmer. The way these endings are achieved is one of the coolest examples of pseudo narrative in the game.
To get the lead ending, you have to play like James would want
to survive, even with damaged as much as possible. In the sense James wants to live. Acts reckless, though, keeping James at low health, and he's
Se esse tu ajudar os dragões, merece vencer.
Spend a lot of time with Maria protecting her more, as well as ignoring various calls for James to stay with her boy at the end. Then James will be more likely to leave town with Maria. I think the requirements for getting the Maria ending versus the leave ending are quite cool. It would make sense that a player that talks to Maria and wants to protect her would have their monkey paw wish granted by leaving the town with her, while a player dedicated to surviving and acting committed to Mary would get the leave ending. The requirements for the ending are a bit more iffy though. It's possible that a low-skilled player may end up with a little health as a result of just trying their best, but playing poorly, and any player might be keen to scope out all the different MMOs and examine every item. These things may not be a signifier that the player is self-harming and wants James to do the same. I still think the system is cool though, and much more clever than if, say, the game had dialogue choices or something, to more explicitly offer the player clear diverging points with which to choose their ending. There are also 2 bonus endings with New Game Plus players. 3 if you're playing the Platinum or Greatest Hits version of the game. Further incentive to replay. Again, if you haven't played the game and still watched up to here, I see no reason to spoil those ones for you. If this video has made you interested in the game, go see the match for yourself. They're more extra fun what-ifs than authentic possible outcomes for James. On New Game Plus, some clues have been found on how to get the different endings, so it's not totally left in the dark for you how to get the others after the first run. Multiple run rules are something very rewarding to do in SH2. I think it's unlikely you'll have a complete picture of what happened with just this what sticks out to me is Angela's user. The name Roscoe is pronounced. I only recall learning her surname from the tombstone found after the article. This kind of obtuse stuff that makes replaying SH2 almost required. I don't see this as a sort of negative though. SH2 is a fairly short game, offering up visible bits of story material alongside endings, the extra items and the rank chasing on repeat runs. Is a great way to incentivize further playtime and give the title a greater sense of value. There's also hard puzzle mode, which makes a few of the riddles more complex. It's nothing major, but not a bad extra for additional runs. On the flip side, hard combat mode feels clumsy for the slapdash boss fights. For the most part, hard combat mode does a little to make the survival elements of the game a bit more pronounced while exploring the levels, using up a lot more resources to stay alive. But the bosses are just given ridiculous life moves, especially the final ones. And so
Obrigado.
close to impossible to use your slowest, strongest weapons on them.
O teu irmão disse que trabalhas para os mongóis.
Prometeram proteger a minha família e as nossas irmãs se transportasse provisões para
E agora o teu irmão está morto. Ele que mandou os homens que tentaram roubar a barca de ferro.
Idiota! Dormia que os mongóis achassem que eu os tinha trazido. Nunca tive nenhuma marca de ferro. Além disso, elas têm o nome do detentor gravado.
Mas ninguém as possa usar. Pode dizer, se souber que estás a trabalhar para os mongóis outra vez,
Mais depressa me mata. Não consigo encarar a minha família depois disto. Não tenho nada. Vou fazer agora. Vou viver por aqui.
The developers seem to be aware that without enough kit on hard combat mode, the final boss may just simply be impossible at that point, and added a safety net when the boss will die on its own, if left for long enough when your ammo runs dry. Again, this all feels clumsy. The final boss in SH1 had the same feature, which wasn't ideal, but at least there it was a final boss that required ammo for you to eat real damage. You can hit the final boss with the compulsory
compulsory first melee weapon, but on hard it is such a near impossible task to defeat that there's almost no possibility you'll even try. Back on some mechanical compared to other games in the horror genre, to get into an experience with different goals, used for boss fights that on the whole fail to live up to such basic.
Natasha, queres vir aqui jogar algum jogo para dois? Tipo minhocas ou então a Naruto ou Dragon Ball? Não queres, Natasha?
Eu queria.
Não, não queres.
Então quando acabares de pôr as luzes.
As tuas músicas sabem mal e parece que estão a botar. Eu podia ter.
And when we get down to things, that's a big part of what makes them special. I think one of the greatest aspects of Silent Hill 2 is that as a sequel to Silent Hill 1, its revelations hit harder
Sangue de uma pessoa.
expectations in a daring, exciting, mind-bending way. Silent Hill 1 was a game about playing an all-around stand-up guy, stopping a cult, birthing an evil god. And it's fair to expect something similar when entering the second game. But there will be a villain to stop who's instigating the town of Silent Hill to become this hellhole full of monsters. When you start the game, it could easily be assumed that someone in the town sent a letter impersonating Mary to lure James in for unknown reasons, a ritual or a massive one. James has been to Silent Hill before, perhaps he got involved in something back then, it's come back to bite. There's an expectation that like the first game, SH2 would be about another heroic guy going into a town to stop someone from creating monsters in a nightmare world. But this never comes to pass. Instead, as you go through the game, it slowly unravels that there is no grand scheme at play here, orchestrated by any person at least. And you're essentially taking James Sunderland on a journey of self-reflection through his own mistakes. The powers of the town working now in different, much more esoteric ways, which we'll get into a little bit later. The way this is slowly unraveled until James learns the truth, I think, is paced superbly. At this time, the world of Silent Hill is morphing and contorting based on the player characters in a thought that they're not just somebody else's. You're probably going to slowly start thinking something is off about SH2 until finally it all comes together. While the nature of the town itself and how its powers operate is still kind of hard to figure out, like in Silent Hill 1, maybe even more so with some of the fiddling it does to how the supernatural elements work now, the emotional beats of the story are much easier to follow along with and in larger supply. So even if you're not completely understanding all the subplots or imagery, you're likely to still get invested in the characters and affecting human drama, which probably does give the game wider mainstream appeal. Once you discover the truth, you can start reflecting on the subtler hints that Silent Hill is manifesting James's own personal trauma. You may have your suspicions throughout the game, but I think it's the Pyramid Head's fight that really solidifies things. Of course, Silent Hill 1 manifested Alessa's memories, so there is a certain expectation that this will happen to a character in 2. But for it to be the guy you're playing as is quite the shock, and it's satisfying when it all comes together and you realize it. Outside of Pyramid Head, the monsters present very female body structures, and Pyramid Head's behavior towards them becomes even more twisted when you start realizing the town is putting James's subconscious out on display. Of course, you also come to realize the town is doing this for the other characters who have committed some kind of sin, with hints like the tombstones and the plaques in the prison, each one corresponding to one of these 3 guilty characters that then have to be placed onto a gallows with 3 nooses. The kind of imagery we see around those characters then comes into clearer focus as representing parts of their inner psyche or their baggage. It can even be speculated that the door monster is a manifestation of Angela's and not James's nightmares, since I can't imagine that the game isn't trying to signal this by having it first appear to her before it appears to James. Angela serves as quite a cool misdirect for the story. If you go into the game assuming someone is going to have their nightmares wandering around like Alessa did in Silent Hill 1, you could make the assumption all the monsters are Angela's. After all, they fit a theme of sexual abuse about as well as they do James's frustration towards his dying wife or the guilt he feels. To have it revealed that it's the quiet guy mourning his wife who's manifesting this stuff and not the outwardly disturbed Angela could serve as one of the game's best hidden twists if you've played one and are familiar with the mechanics of that game's story. If you see Mary's dress and you recognize it as hers, you may think you're going to find out Mary is birthing the god this time or something, and that this is all a manifestation of her nightmare, the way it was adapted in the original. But it ain't. I think it's a shame people tend to sell Silent Hill 2 to others these days as that game where the monsters are your character's inner demons, because I think it undermines some of the fun of figuring it out yourself. Keep in mind that this wasn't a twist sold to you on the back of the box of Silent Hill 2 when it came out. The behind-the-scenes video in the European version comes off as something you're meant to watch after playing the game. Playing Silent Hill 1 and 2 back-to-back makes the twist even more shocking. Knowing A, that in Silent Hill 1 the town can manifest someone's subconscious into reality, but B, having no idea who it's going to be and then finding out it's the player character, I think is one of the greatest parts of this twist. And I really like the twist. It allows the game to explore these themes of guilt and loss, hijacking one of Silent Hill 1's quirks to tell these painful stories through haunting imagery. That said, I don't think it's the be-all and end-all of what makes SH2 special. It's a part of it, a great part of it, like how the discovery about Alessa projecting her subconscious onto reality was in the first game. A little more potent here because it's so unexpected who's projecting this time, but I think pinning all the success of Silent Hill 2 on this twist would be misguided, because how much does it help when making the horror more effective? I suppose, like with Pyramid Head's actions, it recontextualizes some things in a more macabre way, but does it make playing the game scarier on your first time through? Well, I don't think you can say it does, because the twist happens near the end. While there's reason to have suspicion up to that point, it's not a sure thing. There's of course something to be said for the emotional reaction you may have to all the different imagery wafting over you before you understand its implications, or before knowing it may have implications at all. But those implications could relate to a myriad of things and still be spooky at the moment. They could have nothing to do with James, and that mysterious edge would still make them horrifying. And I think we know that because Angela's monsters are pretty scary too. But I think the game is mainly scary before you know the twist that your guy is getting his angst spat back out at him, because it's a well-designed horror game about delving deeper and deeper into the twisted and the macabre. The twisted and the macabre being things that are generally spookier without a spelled-out answer about what things mean. And Silent Hill 2 does know this, all the way up through the end, where the hints are at their most overt. The concept that these monsters are a manifestation of James's psyche isn't something the game explicitly announces. Colonel Carroll doesn't bring you up via codec to let you know James is being psychologically analyzed. Remember, Silent Hill 2's horror is about getting you stressed out about what could be, the unknown. The possibility of what's next can be more frightening than what you actually encounter. And I think the monsters are supposed to work in a similar fashion. Wondering what the hell are these monsters doing and why is scarier on your first viewing than seeing the same thing with some concrete answer as to why they're behaving like they do. James literally owns Pyramid Head by figuring out what it is, and that's what shuts it down. Letting you in on the truth about Mary's death and hinting further towards the nature of the game's symbolism at the end makes you look back on the whole thing and go, damn. It's a cool twist, but saying it's a single aspect that makes Silent Hill 2 great wouldn't be accurate, I think, and does a disservice to the first title, which managed to be unsettling without the protagonist projecting their inner demons switch up. Of course, if a horror game could take a player's real-life trauma and project it into the title as imagery, then yeah, that would probably make things significantly more scary than if it was anyone else's trauma. But that's the thing. I, the player, am not James Sunderland, the same way I'm not Alessa, or Eddie, or Angela. So ultimately, while it's a cool surprise the player character this time is manifesting the nightmare, it's still not the player's nightmare. They're still nightmares based on a character in a game's backstory, and when I'm playing for the bulk of things, I don't even know they are. I'm trying to speak for everybody on the whole here. I mean, specifically for me, Silent Hill 2 has almost created my nightmare, which is trying to stitch this video together. In general, when it comes to the imagery, but especially in regard to the monsters, I don't think picking the point of view character as the one with which to derive Silent Hill's nightmares, and again, especially its creatures from, intrinsically makes it a more potent experience. Of course, the intention an artist like Masahiro Ito has for what they want their creation to mean is a big part of why they look and act the way they do. So we can in part credit how scary these monsters are to the ideas that are trying to be conveyed through them. But they'd evoke those same ideas whether James Sunderland was the playable character or not. The monsters would work on this level just as well as the walking trauma, regret and guilt of some misunderstood NPC like a Lesson in One. Also, while cool, let's just take a minute to question how much of this game these monster allegories even play a part in. Notice how much footage I'm having to reuse to talk about monster designs being manifestations of a character's inner trauma. That's because, as discussed, enemy variety is extremely low. Not counting the bugs, the bosses, except for Pyramid Head, or the weirdo things on the grates I pretty much just ignored, there's only 5 types of enemies you stand a chance of encountering in the environment. The aforementioned Pyramid Head, the straitjackets, the mannequins, the nurses, and the door things, the latter of which likely intended to be an Angela monster. Like I mentioned at the start of the video, the game handles this well early on, preying on your imagination without having to actually throw out a huge variety of enemies and threats to kill you. For all you know, anything could still show up until the credits roll. Yeah, a few more enemy types probably wouldn't have hurt, but the bigger point I'm trying to make here is that the novelty of the enemies representing James's thoughts factors into the moment-to-moment game fairly little, when you consider how few unique examples of it there are. Of course, while I don't think this protagonist projection quirk is essential to the horror of Silent Hill, the story does make good use of it here and there for more than just the twist being shocking. One good example is Maria being conjured from the protagonist's desires lets us spend time with her as the player, allowing us to explore their dynamic and by extension James's and Mary's dynamic more in depth, offering broader context about James's past through their interactions, through gameplay. The possible Maria ending being a way in which the game actually does analyze the player's actions and desires. You do get to experience James's guilt by being pursued by Pyramid Head firsthand, but I don't think that's the most genius allegory for self-flagellation a game can do, having a monster in a horror title chase you. But yeah, it's certainly a nice little contextual addition to the pursuer trope in this game. In summary though, when it comes to the straight-up monsters, at least in the core horror gameplay, I think in the process of playing the game, I'm more scared of a monster because it can kill, because it's a scary looking monster. Usually a
Estás a jogar algum jogo?
Not as much because it represents a game character's frustrating living. In fact, I don't even know at the time of my first run through, though that part is fun to think about after it's all said and done. I'm totally open to the use of Silent Hill for the exploration of a variety of characters' backgrounds. I think the twist here that one of them is the guy you're playing as is also good. All this to say that if you go into Silent Hill 2 after Silent Hill 1 fresh with no preconceptions, you get one hell of a horror game with so many complexities to explore and figure out. How things are presented to you in the game makes it an exceptionally rewarding journey. The package and its qualities are holistic in nature, just like Silent Hill 1. There's no one element that makes Silent Hill 2 amazing. The gameplay, pacing, level design, story, and narrative twists, and your prior expectations all come together to form this phenomenal experience. I think it's worth pointing out, though, that the game did have to smudge and recontextualize the events of Silent Hill 1 a bit to make its twists work within the context of Silent Hill as a series. In Silent Hill 1, I got the impression that we were seeing a lesser subconscious because the evil god was
Estamos felizes por vires, claro.
emanated from the god, it also projected her nightmarish thoughts as a byproduct.
Não sabia que tinha sobrevivido mais samurais. Foi uma batalha foi. As praias de Komatsu estavam vermelhas de sangue nesse dia terrível. Lutámos como uma banda. Claro. Perdoe. Estou cansado após uma longa viagem. Por favor, pega a nave que te leva ao banho. Podemos falar melhor ao jantar.
So I think just going off SH1, a summation of that game's events would be a cult that just so happened to be in this random town of Silent Hill, could have been any town, trying to birth a god, and that alone is what caused the events of that game to happen. Town goes to hell, everyone's in danger, and Harry murks the god after it's born so it can't go wild. It's really Silent Hill 2 that tries to go all in and explicitly say the town has always been a center of otherworldly energies, even before the events of SH1.
This whole area used to be a sacred place.
Sort of amplifying SH1's assertion of there being a history of cultism in Silent Hill to a much larger one, involving the town being subject to various spooky happenings dating back almost 100 years. Rather than the cult birthing the powers of the town, it's more the other way around, according to 2. Silent Hill 2 more asserts that there's cultists in Silent Hill because it has a history of being a supernatural place to begin with, and probably therefore a good location to try to birth a deity of ill intent. So the way Silent Hill 2 now explains things, if you're in Silent Hill and you try to believe God and spiritual power and create a singular being that everyone experiences,
200 fogo.
town and make parasites that corrupt people, etc. Take over the world stuff. But if you aren't trying to birth a demon God in Silent Hill, there's energy in the town that will go unordinary, showing itself only to people of some kind. And the nightmare that will be projected derives from their subconscious. Whether this also happened before the attempts to birth the god in SH1 is a bit unclear. But one very cryptic metal found in the game indicates and feeding off the pain of others. So perhaps while the physical form of the god was killed by Harry Mason, of Silent Hill 2 is still operating under some kind of will of the dark god.
Tá bem, mas 200 episódios.
Já bateu bem mais. E tu nem sequer te votaste, agora estás sem votar.
Still being involved works better than the town just being some ambivalent force that just lures people in at random and auto-generates monsters based on their trauma. It could be another reason Pyramid Head lets James keep going at certain points. The god thinks this guy still has some kick in him and wants to use James to harvest more agony energy or something. Now these are the kind of technical story questions a lot of people who play Silent Hill 2 don't even dare to think about. They're absorbed
Impostor Tsushima. Tum 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 tum.
in relation to gameplay. And honestly, yeah, I do value those things more in the case of Silent Hill 2. But I think the story and the is so good and surprising. I think at the end of the day, it's worth altering the context of SH1 just a little bit together. And of course, the last thing the story needs is explicitly explaining the mechanics of the powers of Silent Hill. Ambiguity is at the core of Silent Hill 2. It's at the core of James's motivation. It's at the core of the backstory of all the characters and whether what they did was just. It's at the core of the look and behavior of the monsters, the layouts of the environments, and what makes it all scary. And to an extent, it should be a backstory of the town and the power
Mas se tu tivesse tempo para lembrar-te.
Crazy theories. The game is just about a bunch of crazy people running around a town hallucinating monsters. To throw you off and make you maybe consider some crazy. It's all a dream type explanation. But I don't think it's It's worth us throwing the entire rest of the game in a bin. I find theories that posit the game takes place inside the character's mind kind of defeat the point of the game. Because I don't know, you're conscious projecting your subconscious into your subconscious in some kind of esoteric way with clear consequences is not really quite as big a deal as it actually coming out into reality. What's the point of Silent Hill at all?
Então não se dá para instalar todos os dias, para que pagar?
Estou limitado.
Estão 200. Tipo uma semana já tens luz todos.
É verdade. Já deixei de música.
Nada nenhuma, por favor, já chega. Eu não quero ouvir a Natasha ouvir vómitos e merge.
Essa aqui mesmo.
Não, opa, essa música parece que a pessoa está a morrer. Parece que está tipo assim cortada a garganta.
Acho que tens que pesquisar músicas da bandeira, parece que
Essa música parece que estão a cortar a garganta à pessoa. Está tipo merge. Tipo assim.
is missing just a smidge.
Eu acho que teu-nas estrangular ou alguma
Not
coisa.
let you in on some of the basic reasons the world operates how it does. It's pretty hardcore.
Não, pai, por favor, não, por favor. Não, pai, por favor.
Meu, cala-te. Eu também te ajudo a jogar pelo YouTube no computador.
E nós gostávamos
Natasha.
de perto. Espero que não o tenha matado.
Ele está vivo.
Natasha, o que é que estás a fazer?
Eu digo-vos que ele partiu numa missão importante. Estávamos bem sem ele. Continuaremos a estar.
Tá, Natasha. Ainda não lavaste a mão? Ainda a tens suja?
As a complete package, though, I think sometimes the quality can be a bit more sporadic than the first, which stands tall as this tight original explosion of creativity that you can look at from almost every angle and be surprised by and impressed with. Silent Hill 2 has some higher peaks than one,
Técnica do Kai.
experience one is more consistent. I do feel like SH2 is pretty wildly thinking, whoa, this is like
Sashimi.
silliest stuff I've seen. I think in its attempt
I
to really
think
go
not.
all out
Cool.
with crazy new
Cool.
ideas, SH2 has a and while the twist the game hits you with is surprisingly executed, it did probably muddy what was already a pretty hard series to piece together from one. Looking at the games now as a duology, I guess some might say there was paranormal spooky stuff in the first game, so there can be any kind of weird spooky paranormal stuff in the next game. I feel like when you start throwing all rules out the window, that's when you start being less invested in the trials, the characters.
Apoderaram-se da ponte! Estávamos a fugir para as fontes de Yoshi. A ponte parecia segura, mas os mongóis estavam na ravina.
Os
Começaram a
mongoloides.
disparar lá de baixo.
Tasha, lava a mão antes de colocares no pé.
Diz à tua família para se afastar da ponte. Vou acabar com
Não,
isto.
já chega, pá. O carro vai ficar cheio de porcarias.
Não vai.
Não, vai ficar cheio de cocô.
Cocô.
Tipo, começa a passar essas músicas, o carro começa a borrar-se. Não.
In SH2, the drama is laser focused on the characters themselves, diving deep into their nuances. With all the different endings, it can be hard to exactly determine what SH2
What the fuck, mas quem é que está a disparar? Ah, ok.
I think what we can take away from Silent Hill 2 is that and loss of guilt head on. You can't try and ignore them, or worse, try and build on what they're losing or have left. By repeating yourself and making similar mistakes, you're indulging in fantasy with more reality.
But I can be yours. I'll be here for you forever. And I'll never yell at you or make you feel bad. That's what you wanted.
You have to learn to be happy without dependency. You have to learn to find happiness within and not completely depend on others. In case who or what you rely on gets pulled out.
Mas,
Some level that leaves you vulnerable and poised to make bad decisions. Whether those decisions were justified or selfish, all of them against themselves. The leave ending shows the positive outcomes of getting right, facing your mistakes forward. And the Water and Maria endings show what happens when you get it wrong and succumb to your pain, fantasies, and base desires. How to best manage dependencies in a healthy way is what Silent Hill 2 leaves you thinking about the most, I think. Coming to terms with grief and trying to find a positive avenue to move on through. The soundtrack is one of the best in a game of its kind, better than the original. The artists want to touch their game creating visually striking
Ah.
it's a grayer, grimmer take. Perhaps doesn't hold up in my mind quite as well as its vivid look of the first game. The details are more exquisite than ever. It's hard to play Silent Hill 2 and not get
Ela
caught up
curtiu
in
da
the world and the
banda.
story it tells, which means I can only call it a success, and with all its other greater tributes
Curtiu da banda, what?
like the first game, it's one of the most refined titles of its generation. And just
Posso
like the
gritar,
first
não?
game, it's my personal
Leva a tua família para as fontes de Yoshi. Estas estradas são perigosas.
With an entire previous game to slowly reveal its subverting, there aren't many other titles that live up
Eles tipo fizeram uma ponte e estavam. Uau, sabem o que é que seria muito bom nesta ponte? Uma missão. Eles meteram uma missão na ponte. Mas não, achei. Músicas não era só para.
Mais rápido, Sora!
Veio durante a noite. Não o viu?
Tem calma. Como te chamas?
Shino, senhor.
Shino. Diz-me o que é que viste.
Uma criança do rio. Um capa.
Um demónio? De certeza?
É tal como nas histórias que meu pai contava. Um monstro no rio. Marcas de garras no chão.
Tens sorte em estar viva.
Escondi-me. Enquanto meu pai foi afugentar o capa. Depois ouvi um rebuliço na água e gritos.
Eu vou procurá-lo, Shino. Fica aqui, longe da água.
Tenha cuidado, senhor. Os capas estão famintos.
Peixes meio comidos. Algo esfomeado. Pegadas. Podem ser de humano ou de animal. Vão até ao rio. Estou com uma coisa na perna. As pegadas continuam. Deve ser o pai da Shino. Os cortes são ferozes, mas regulares. Possivelmente de uma lâmina. O assassino pode ter deixado vestígios. Mais pegadas. Vão por aqui. Não ia fazer isto. Este cheiro. Peixe grelhado. Foram os capa. Só ladrões e assassinos. Monstros de qualquer tipo.
Só pode ser eu.
Devem ter assaltado o pai da Shino. As pedras. Um guia cego. Uma flauta. Devia ser do pai da Shino. Vou dar-lhe isto. Lamento, Shino.
Os Kappa mataram-o.
Não foram os Kappa. Foram ladrões.
Não. Só um demónio faria algo assim.
O desespero pode despertar o demónio no melhor dos homens. Tens algum sítio para onde ir?
A Kashima. A minha tia está lá.
Isto pertencia ao teu pai?
Sim. Ele viajará para a Kashima comigo. Obrigada. Irei para a vila em breve.
Vocês sabem o que aconteceu? Digam-me. Não sabemos nada. Exijo respostas.
Como te atreves a ameaçar-nos?
Senhor, talvez possa chamá-los à razão.
Diz-me do que é que isto se trata.
Senhor, sou Saburo, um mercador muito respeitado em Mugi.
Se queres o meu respeito, merece-o. Por que estás a ameaçar estas pessoas?
A minha família desapareceu. E estas pessoas recusam-se a falar. Algo terrível aconteceu.
Porque estava a tua família aqui.
Eu fiz planos para podermos fugir da ilha. Íamos encontrar-nos aqui e partir para Iki.
Isso não é possível. A frota mongol controla o mar.
Paguei a contrabandistas para nos levarem para um local seguro. Indivíduos suspeitos. Mas já ajudaram várias famílias desde a invasão. A Aki, a minha esposa, estava apavorada. E o pequeno Jotaro não parava de chorar. Tinha de fazer alguma coisa.
Agora a tua família desapareceu. Como os contrabandistas.
E estas pessoas sabem algo.
Vou descobrir o que aconteceu. Tu vais ficar calado.
Sim, senhor. Mas não seja brando com eles.
Atenção! Juntem-se aqui! Preciso falar convosco! Este homem afirma que a sua família esteve aqui recentemente. Viram-na? Nada? Já ouviram falar de contrabandistas a prometer passagens para sair de Tsushima?
Senhor, acho que os vi. Uma mulher e uma criança com um brinquedo.
Para onde foram?
Não os vi partir.
Não vi ninguém com essa descrição.
Quero falar com cada um de vocês.
Podem ter estado aqui. Vi um rapazinho a brincar sozinho.
Só cheguei aqui ontem. Juro.
Alguma delas falou em sair da ilha?
Só os ricos têm dinheiro para isso. Pergunta ao Chota. Falaste com algumas famílias, não foi, Chota?
Ele está a fugir! Apanho!
Tu! Para!
Eu não sei de nada! Poupe-me! Senhor!
Para de fugir, miserável!
Não fui eu!
Começa a falar.
Os contrabandistas estiveram aqui. Levaram a mulher e o filho do mercador. Eu segui-os, mas apanharam-me. Disseram-me que, se falasse, me cortava o pescoço.
Prometo que não o vou permitir. Para onde é que os contrabandistas os levaram?
Para o oeste. Há uma torre de vigia na costa. Acho que é lá que apanham o barco deles.
Não há sinais da esposa e do filho do Saburo.
Como é que é tão fácil enganá-los? Estão desesperados.
Preparem as armas!
Fiquem com o dinheiro! Fodem-nos! Já!
Vai-se resolver em breve.
Salvou-nos!
Já estão a salvo.
Eu não percebo! Eles disseram que tinham um barco à nossa espera!
Não há forma de sair da ilha. Eles planeavam ficar com o dinheiro e matar-vos. Havia uma mulher e um menino convosco.
Não! Só nós!
Vão para casa.
família do Saburo pode ainda estar aqui. Uma mulher e um menino, mortos recentemente. Um brinquedo. Talvez o Saburo o reconheça. Ele tem de saber.
Precisa de uma bolsa e de uma aljava nova. Senhor, encontrou a minha família.
Encontrei isto.
O brinquedo dele. Não percebo.
Foram elas. Mentiram-te. Nunca houve um barco.
Não. Toda a gente em Umuki me conhece. Eles nunca...
Enganas-te. A tua família morreu. Eu matei os responsáveis.
Não os salvou? Que raio de samurai é o senhor? Vocês... traíram-nos! Vocês fizeram isto! Fizeram isto!
Saburo, temos de nos unir. Pega no dinheiro que te resta e ajuda estas pessoas a lutar. Mas antes, chora pela tua família.
O cão está morto. Por que os mongóis ainda cá estão? Acham que... O senhor matou o cão mongol.